Hello, everybody. Welcome to Lost Initiative Week Star Wars Forgotten Legacy Week 2. How's everybody doing? Good to see all those faces in chat. Good to see most of the faces of my players here, all but one.
Don't pretend you don't prefer it this way.
Doesn't have a face.
You're ever since you shaved your head, you're just a handsome fellow. It just took you shaving what was left of your hair.
Well, I still don't have any hair growing out of this.
That's true.
I was actually
true.
playing Swoter today, and I saw your face, and it made me think of you, and the whole party dropped, and I was like, oh, Wade's so powerfully bald that everybody collapsed. It was pretty cool.
That is my only power.
Well, at least in real life it is anyway.
Oh,
The power of baldness. How's everybody's week?
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, playing some Aurorum over on my channel and whatnot. So I'm excited, getting that back underway after Christmas has passed.
A lot of Monster Hunter.
Yeah, that's me too. when I have a chance. Well, I'm excited. Week 2 is upon us. We're gonna be jumping in right here in a minute. We left off at quite the moment for our heroes here. But before we jump into Star Wars and get the game rolling, just a quick reminder: hey, if you're new, feel free, hit that follow button. It's good stuff. Let us know when we go live. We do this every Wednesday at this time for 4 hours. And if you want to know when our next episode is going to be and you want to just get a ping on your phone, make sure you follow. If you want to support us, you've been watching it, subscribing goes a long way. You get VODs immediately. And if you want to go above and beyond and feed our players, if you so choose, magical items that either make them worse or better, you can do such magical things over at the Patreon. Link in the description below. Goes a long way in helping the show continually moving on. Darth Baldus, I like it. Darth Baldus. That's your new name,
if
Wayne.
I could read chat right now, I would call you out.
But I will not give over the name. I'm not that kind of guy.
Just guess,
You will
Wade.
give over the name.
Well, are we ready to play then? Are we jumping in? Is there anything else? Did I miss anything? Have I forgotten anything?
You forgot me.
You what? How did I forget?
Oh, music was bad. Good. Okay, we're good.
How did I forget you, Scott? You told me you were playing Aurorum and stuff.
I feel like you always forget me lately.
Oh, Wade, how's your week been?
Yeah, I forgot Wade. That's who I forgot. Hey, Wade,
I told you,
how was your
forgot
week?
me.
How was your week, Wade?
Fine. The podcast came back, and tomorrow I get to go to school at 7 a.m.
What are you going to school for?
to teach children.
Our system's fallen that low.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if I trust you in that costume to teach children.
Oh, I doubt I'll be wearing this.
Come here, younglings.
Yeah,
My
around
sister-
younglings.
My sister's a teacher and asked Mal and I to come in and be guest speakers.
Oh, that's cute, actually.
That's cool.
That's legitimately cute. I'll give you a pass on that one. You're welcome.
I think they're junior high or high school, so it's less cute, more likely to be throwing bananas and stuff at us.
Yeah, that's a scary age.
Yes.
They're just all angry all the time.
Professional D&D streamer.
I feel like if I showed up in this, they wouldn't let me in the building. I'd probably be in jail.
Nonsense.
There'd be somebody in that class that would know the deep lore behind your costume, though.
Like, oh my god, you see that right there is Darth Revan, and Darth Revan is really,
Yeah.
The security guards at the entrance probably wouldn't be that one.
Scott, what a late
don't
90s,
know.
early 2000s idea of a nerd.
You don't know until you try, Wade.
I mean, I was a
I know.
late
Oh, I
90s,
know.
early 2000s there.
I
I know.
bought this, for those asking, I got this on Etsy. It was very expensive.
But it's very well done.
It is.
I would think he's Kylo Ren.
That's true. They might think he's a Kylo Ren ripoff.
I can't really see the whole film.
Thank God we get to see this part again.
It's actually going to be probably along the lines of go back to Camelot. You know, like oh, it hurts. It hurts. Like, that fantasy? Come on. The Bible?
The Bible.
Well,
Then let's jump back into the game then.
Fantasy world.
We actually, very little for me to have to do, as the leap into hyperspace is going to be putting you all into hyperspace for a few days at the very least. The only nav point he had access to was on his drive, hyper jumping you all, of course, to Tatooine, a very central place for people doing odd jobs such as yourselves to find yourselves in at some point in your careers. The moment that snapped into hyperspace, however, was right as your ship was about to be boarded, and we saw Varen standing ready to fight whatever was about to come through those doors before that definitive crack of the hyperspace tunnel boring around your ship removed the lightsaber and put you all into safety for a few days. You walk back upstairs to see in the room everybody kind of going about their business very quickly as there's a sigh of relief, or just a general feeling of relaxation and relief that echoes throughout the ship as the blue tunnel you can see in through the bridge, just through the windows on the other side of the ship, Varen. Karasa, he leaned as the hyperspace hits, he kind of throws himself back into the nearest chair, slumps down with his legs just splayed open, and just gives the biggest sigh you can imagine his lungs could manage before he just closes his eyes and places his forearm over his forehead. I didn't think we were going to make it.
I will look at him kind of like slumped there, you know, as we're like in hyperspace or whatever. Didn't think we were going to make it. I'm going to say, you still might not.
He stiffens up for a moment and brings his arm off of his forehead, and as he pushes himself onto the chair, kind of gives you just a defeated but accepting look. At least almost as though at least the danger's gone for now. The immediate danger of being blown apart by some other ship. But he leans forward, asks questions, but I don't know what else you can get out of us that we haven't already told you.
It takes a couple moments that I realized. No, I know. It takes
We
a
have to
couple.
roll.
Yeah, we could do that first. Fine.
Yeah, sorry. We should get some destiny points rolled. We kind of just jumped in right back into the game.
All right, hey boys, do me a favor. Don't suck this time. You want me to go first?
Do it.
See, like that.
All right. Wow.
Oh,
A small number of points, but starting with 2 on the dark side allows me to have a little bit of fun.
so I say, I take a moment for me to realize that he read that as like I was the danger or we were the
Yes.
danger.
Correct. That is exactly how we read it.
I go. I'm like, no. It is the ship. Look, and I point out like one of the terminals that show like everything's red line. This thing is not in good shape, so on and so forth.
Yeah.
I'm like,
He like scoots forward. The chair kind of just it sits on like this axis, and it just kind of swerves forward. And he looks and he just leans in, and he's like, "Yeah, like I said, I didn't think we were gonna make it."
I'm like, perhaps we move this conversation to the engine room. Yes.
He sighs, realizing his work is far from over, and he, with a grunt, pushes himself off the chair and just dabs the sweat off of his brow and makes his way out of the. And yes, he dabs the sweat off of his brow and makes his way out of the bridge. And that's what you see, Varen, as you're walking up the stairs. You actually see him leaving the bridge, Krasa probably shortly behind, Mandalorian sitting and probably, I'm assuming you'd be standing over watching the others to make sure they're not doing anything weird.
Me?
Yeah, Bato.
I was driving, was I not?
He was.
Oh yeah, you went to the plate and you fucking were driving. So you're in
got us out of
hyperspace.
that situation.
You're in hyperspace now at this point. So your piloting is you're free to stand up as well. You were present for that whole exchange.
Yeah, I was gonna say
between-
I thought I wouldn't have said anything.
Okay, that's fine. You were the present for the whole exchange. You watched it. He got up. He walked past you, and so did Krasa. And as you wheel and maybe even watch them, you see through the room.
Is this? Am I able to see? Does this thing have autopilot where we could just?
You're in a hyperspace tunnel. You are just going
and it's just
straight.
gonna go. Okay.
It's just gonna. It's
so
basically
I can,
it's like once you're in until you're out, or you manually push out, which you could do.
Okay. I guess overhearing Krasa talking about how everything's redline and kind of knowing the us coming to the ship, I think Bato would go to look to see if there's anything he could try to fix. I know that's what they were doing when we got here, but we kind of interrupted them.
You need basically you're gonna give you're gonna give it an overlook, so it's gonna be
an
mechanics.
overlook.
It's gonna be a mechanics check. Because of how beat down this ship is, it's gonna be against 2 purple and 1 red to see if there's even anything you can do about this ship. Not only is the ship beat to hell, it's also way older than you are.
Okay.
A lot of its tech is on the old side. Giving it a look, With do you still have any strain still left on you from the last session?
I had
But the
yeah,
scene's over too,
I have
so-
tons of strain. I was at
Okay.
11 of 13.
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna heal before you get to Tatooine
the way.
anyway.
So do I take do I take 2 strain from that?
You
Or-
take no strain. No strain.
No strain.
You,
Okay.
you can
No,
heal
no.
strain with your one advantage.
Yeah, you rolled an advantage, which is why I was asking. You could heal.
Okay, yeah,
yourself
then
with
I'll
strain.
I'll just
Sure,
do that
just throw
then.
it there.
Yeah.
Giving it a once over, you're not an idiot. You know ships pretty well. You've operated plenty, and clearly you can pilot it, competently. But looking over some of the failures that are running through the ship, and a lot of the language and parts that it's using, as well as how old this stuff is, there's nothing here that you see that you can feel comfortable enough getting up and being like, I can take care of this while we're flying. Everything that you see is going to need some massive replacements or overhauls just to get up and running. The fact that the engines were up and running and that the life support was on is a gift.
Thanks, Mike.
Not in that. You didn't mean it in that way. Just in what
sure, yeah.
Bato sees, and he's like,
yeah.
"Oh, we're lucky. Yeah, you're lucky.
Thanks, Mike.
You're welcome."
Yeah, I would probably just overlook computers and stuff, as well as kind of try to keep an eye on the group. But I would be in the main
Staying in the bridge, or would you go into the center room?
the center room, but close to the bridge, kind of just.
So you and Varen would then be in that hollow room while everybody's kind of going about pulling wires and working on the ship while keeping to
Yeah,
themselves.
I would probably tell Varen about how it's just beyond repair, wall flying and stuff like that. I would share the information.
Okay.
Yeah.
If I saw Krasa and one of the engineer guys walking by, I'd probably follow in the engine room, and I would let Krasa know. I'd probably try to whisper to Krasa, so I don't know if I need to roll to be quiet enough so that where they don't hear me. But I would tell Krasa, because we've been together long enough. We've probably had some conversations about the Force. Krasa,
Yes.
there's another Force user pursuing this ship. Their lightsabers started to penetrate the hull as we were leaving.
This attack that we had against the ship, it was one of you?
It was a red blade. Sith, dark side user of some kind.
Yes, I'm familiar with the Sith.
I didn't get a feeling of familiarity. I'm not sure if I know who it is at all. Doubtful. But that medical droid, once we're sure the ship can get us to our destination, we need to find out all that we can about it. There's something very important about that droid, possibly this entire ship. It's no coincidence that everybody's going after it now. After how many years did you say this thing's been sitting there? Hundreds?
Yes.
For us all to be converging on it now is the will of the Force. It's important that we figure out why.
Ah, shit. Perhaps there's a tracking device on it or something that they'll be able to follow us? Or do you think we have a bit of time before we are in danger again?
I don't know.
Fuck.
Father said the weapons weren't in working order. If we are attacked, we're sitting ducks.
Well, we are looking to repair what we can. The ship has enough power to keep going for a short period of time, but it is pissing out fuel, and it has very little to begin with. We have to find ways to convert. I don't know much about this shit. As I've said before, I'm very new to ships and being out in space, so.
As am I, to an extent. Do you know where we're heading, where we were?
We are heading to. Did you say Tatooine? It was.
Yep, it was Tatooine.
We are heading to. Are you familiar with Tatooine?
What roll is that?
Go ahead. That's an Outer Rims roll. It's a pretty easy one. So purple, one purple. You know the rumors. It's a place where people like bounty hunters and smugglers and the typical criminal underworld tend to congregate one eventually over time. The huts as well. You would know the huts, whoever they are pretty much kingpins, but you don't know much beyond that.
When we arrive, be careful what we say. Information dealing is likely important there, and if they find out what we have and that it's wanted, they'll sell us out in an instant.
Of course. What is the old phrase? Out of pan into fire.
Something like that. The engineers got to this ship as well. They must know its exact location. If you talk to them and find anything out about that, let me know.
I already
In
did.
the meantime,
I already did.
Oh?
They found out from a person that they came across, and it's somebody would have to speak to directly. And they will not know much more than that. They are, like us, pawns on chessboard.
Otto won't be happy, but we're not going to be getting our money from this job. The ship that was destroyed was worth the 75,000 credits or then some.
Hold on. We can still return to the place where we got the job from, and we could still perhaps make our coin, our credits. But
You don't think they'll deduct the destruction of their ship?
they do not care about ship. Don't you remember? They only care about the droid.
Their other ship?
Oh, we went over the contract. The incidentals such as that were not our problem.
I didn't read the contract.
No. But so much was reassured to us by Bato.
Let's make sure we want to give them this droid before we do, but that might not be a pleasant conversation with Bato. Just be prepared. I'm going to go meditate and think on this. If you need me, I won't be hard to find.
Well, I'll be covered in oil and probably cussing more than children should hear.
I think Ving will just kind of turn his head like without knowing how to respond to that and just walk away.
And you were gonna go work on the engines with that crew guy that you ended up on the bridge with. And Bato, what are you going to do in the meantime?
Kai Lui and Narshadar, just so you know.
I really don't know what I can do.
There's not much going on, honestly.
Yeah.
Even the engines, for the most part, Scott, there's not gonna be much you can do. In the immediacy, we'll have a mechanics role, but it's gonna take some time. They're operating at the very least. Are you just looking to like check up on them?
I imagine that this thing is, again, like I was saying, kind of like just like pissing, energy, which is why we're not really functioning in the high capacity, why we can't even activate guns, so on and so forth.
Yep.
So it's just one, a diagnosis, which is going to be a computer's check, and then two, after the diagnosis, what we can repair. But again, I am not a mechanic. I'm smart, but I have zero training, so
Right.
I'm going to be assisting this guy.
Okay.
So first thing I'd be doing is a diagnosis, which I could do.
You're
from
gonna
the
plug in your
cockpit.
data pad and get a day. Yeah, you're gonna.
Or we just sit in the cockpit and just go at it from there, whatever.
Yeah, either way. You heading to the engine room, you could easily plug in back there to a terminal
Sure.
and just run a diagnostics. So go ahead and give me a diagnostics check. It'll be against the same difficulty that Pat had when he was trying to run it or read through it.
So
Two purple, one red.
2 purple, 1 red, and this is just a simple computer's check.
Yep. For
I
you,
shouldn't say
for
simple,
what you're doing.
but yeah. All right, here we go. Oh, let me make sure everything's good. It is, yeah. All right, here we go. Yeah, here we go.
There you go.
Very nice.
And you then want to work on. So you want to know like what condition the ship's in, what needs to be replaced, basically.
Correct. I don't know if that additional advantage could be spent for like more information or anything like that, but if I can, I would gladly do that rather than heal strain.
Yeah, I'll think of something I can use for that. In the meanwhile, like, I'm just getting the freaking book open real quick. I want to check something. Meanwhile, you're just gonna assist him making mechanics checks, giving him blue die.
Not blue dye. I have higher green than him, so he'll be converting mine to yellows.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah, he'll just be upgrading me.
All right. So as we said before, the weapons are dysfunctional, no longer working. Shields are operating at 50% capacity than they normally would. Because there are shields built into this thing, is there not?
Yeah, this type of ship is supposed to have one shield on each of the sectors. I think we currently.
Yeah.
I think
Four
it was at
sectors, right?
25% capacity.
Oh, 25% capacity, my bad. I was gonna give it 50. Never mind, 25% capacity.
Yeah, the details of go ahead.
You have no nav computer. You're only operating off of the one precision point that he was able to plug into it.
Yay.
You have no missiles for your missile launcher. That is sitting there. It's just completely empty, completely looted. I think that's about it. Right? That's about it.
I mean, there's other details too. Like there's a couple critical hits on it. Like
Oh, I forgot to switch over to the page because I'm dumb.
no, you're fine. Like there's
Oh, yeah. I
so
see, I
over
see.
here there's like hyperdrive or the nav computer's failed, which we know.
Yep, we do that. Power fluctuations. Pilot cannot voluntarily inflict system strain on the ship until repaired. And then losing power to shields, which is
So
decrease
that's
defense
that's
and
an
effective defense
easy
zone by
fix
1.
to get us back to 50% capacity is
Yeah.
what it was. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So and
There it is.
Then
So
there's
that's-
also
that's
like
a-
hull trauma and system strain are way less than it should be for a ship of this quality, and speed is less than it should be for a ship of this quality.
You got to fix her up on your hands.
Yeah.
It's like restoring an antique.
Oh yay!
No, that's right. That's exactly what it is. It's like restoring an antique car.
Yeah. Let's can we bring
It
it to the
did
ship
make the
roadshow.
Kessel run in 30 parsecs, though.
Oh boy, can it now? Can it truly? To heal critical hits, you have to just roll against those two purple.
You have
two
to be
purple-
at a dry dock, and then it takes.
and you got to
I
roll
think
against
it's-
those difficulties.
I think it's a week, and then you can roll. I think that's how
Okay.
it works.
Gotcha. So just time and simple rolls.
Time and
Easy
money.
enough.
You, like being at a dry dock with.
Oh yeah. No, you're paying.
Because that dock has to have the equipment we need to even do the repairs. Some of those repairs you might decide, oh no, you could just dock somewhere and do it. So.
I have rolled force, chat. It was 2 dark side, 1 light side.
Yep.
Well, getting a quick look over it, there's nothing here you can fix while you're in hyperspace at the very least. Nothing easy. That's a quick fixer upper. He leans back and kind of just shakes his head after he's like, well, it'll get us there, but beyond that, we have no defenses. This thing barely operates.
He chuckles. What you're saying is that we have very little chance to survive.
What I'm saying is the idiot who wants to pay 75 grand for this thing we're going to make good money off of it.
I don't think you remember this deal.
Maybe I don't. He says, and giving you kind of like a side eye.
And it's funny because like intimidation's not really my forte, my character's forte. He's trying to keep down the situation with who he's around, and he's like, I'm pretty sure the deal was for you to continue drawing breath, yes?
Ideally, but you can welcome to go ahead and make your coercion check.
No, we did this before.
We did this before.
Yeah.
Vaguely. Oh, but yeah, that's right. Oh, that's right. He's going to be your crew.
For now.
He got
for now.
excited for the money.
For now.
He got excited for the money.
Yeah.
And then now after you bring back his memory and my memory, he's like, oh, right. Right. Well, either way, can't fix it while we're in hyperspace.
I'm so uncomfortable right now.
He's like, all right, he kind of rolls his shoulders and walks back out and heads back into the main common area.
Mm-hmm.
Realizing that the 3 of you, or the 6 of you rather, are all going to be in this same ship for at least a couple of days, there's this awkward silence that just rolls over the common area. And they kind of naturally congregate to the 3 of them just kind of hanging out near each other and having conversation. Almost like a high school dance. Eventually they move away and they just start talking to each other and leaving the 3 of you alone. Not really
A little
engaging.
click.
Yeah,
Love it.
a little click, a little safety click for them to head to.
Nice. Okay.
You're on this ship for a few days. Is there any conversation or time? Like, you're all going to have time. Like, this ship is big enough to find privacy if there's ever time the 3 of you would like to speak to each other. Or is it relatively quiet for a few days while you all fly?
I honestly think my character would be rather busy and vocal, talking to the various people that he needs to on the different kind of like little minor repairs that he's doing. And I understand you're saying nothing substantial mechanically, but you know the little kind of superficial,
Little light
things.
conversation,
Yeah.
keep things friendly.
But also if I'm not actively working on something with somebody else, because unless it's a rewiring or something within the actual database, there's nothing I can really do for repairs by myself. But I would start trying to get into the computer, access its databanks, see what kind of information I can pry from it.
Ooh, see what's still available in it before even getting everything fully repaired.
Not just ship logs, but if I could even, I understand that their what's it called? The nav computer is fried.
It's busted.
But
yeah.
if there's any information on its like its data core, like it's like black box or whatever for places it's been
yeah,
to.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, go ahead and make me a computers check. This is going to be pretty difficult.
Yeah.
This is an old ass computer. A lot of its files are encrypted. And without the nav computer, even trying to figure out where the hell it's gone is going to require you probably just going through the ship logs if you can get access to them.
Mm-hmm.
However, I just want to make me one roll for right now. It's obviously going to be a computers check. It's going to
in the
be
cockpit, the bridge. Is that where you'd be working?
I would be, if I'm specifically trying to hack into to find information, I would be wherever I think I could be discreet, which totally could be the cockpit, because sometimes best place is in plain sight.
That's where Bato would probably be hanging around in the big room in the cockpit.
And he probably have no clue what I'm doing. So it's, if you're hanging up in the pilot's seat, I could be sitting behind you in the commander's seat doing this sort of a thing, you know?
Yeah.
That's fine.
Well, I'm going to want to give it I'm trying to figure out, like, trying to think what's an appropriate difficulty here. I think what I'm going to do is do, for this specific one, 2 purple, 2 red. And I will use a dark side.
Doesn't Scott get first choice since it's his room?
It's okay. I'll let him
That's
do
true.
it.
That's true. You can flip it. You give me all of them. That's fine. If you want to give me all the points, then you'll have
Listen,
none.
that 1 point was my point.
Don't do it.
All right, what are you doing? Downgrading my skill or upgrading your difficulty?
No, upgrading the difficulty. Give me 3 red. Give me a chance for a despair. I want a
Give you a
despair.
chance. You should have taken it.
Okay, no, I'm trying to make up for your errors. All right, here we go. I failed triumphantly. Okay.
All right. I know exactly what this is going to be.
Okay.
While you were unable to access any of the files specifically on the computer itself, while looking through and trying to see if there's anything, you have discovered that there are 53 personal files belonging to whoever formerly owned the ship that you can't crack into. You know that there is that many of them, and you know it was for once the owner of the ship, but it was really hard just to get into it, and you couldn't.
These files are encrypted. Can they be transferred?
Not in their current state.
They would have to be cracked before they can be moved.
You'd have to crack them before you can move
Can
them.
I find out where it is on the ship that they are physically being held? Like what, where more or less the hard drive or SSD, whatever it is, would be that physically holds this data?
No, it just kind of works like Star Wars. We're not going to go too Star Trekky. It kind of works. It's on the ship's computer.
No, I get that. I just didn't know if I could dig it out.
Nope.
All right. Okay, I will leave it alone for now.
Red screen after red screen, but at least a confirmation on the number of red screens you hit.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how you spend the 2 days working on this and desperately trying to crack into the computer. It's not a long flight from where you are because you're already kind of out on the outer rim. Bato and Varen, are there anything you two would like to do in those 2 days?
Would I be able to oh, go ahead.
You first.
No, mine was just going to be a dumb, Otto would probably clean guns, talk to Krasa and Varen when needed, doing checkups and stuff, making sure that they don't need anything if they want me to clean their blasters at the same time. But also kind of discreetly listen in on the other crew and see what they're doing, as I'm sure we would have noticed that they're kind of more into their clique than talking with us.
Give me a perception check. This one is going to be against 3 purple, as the conversations you're listening to are ones that they're trying to keep to themselves. Oh, there it is. Sorry, it didn't give me the noise.
3 purples, that means.
3 purples against 2. So you can't hear much other than light conversation and a lot of darting eyes towards you whenever you're in the room or nearby. Out of all 3 of them, you're the one that they watch the most. They are clearly the most uneasy around you, and they clearly are afraid of you.
Good.
And so when you're around, they try to stay quiet. Varen.
Do I take that as strain or anything, or?
No. You don't take failures as strain, only the disadvantages that you roll.
Okay,
The
cool.
threat, quote unquote. Varen, was there anything you would like to do on these couple of days? went away to go meditate and reach out to the forest to see if there was anything that could come to you, but you're still not, horribly trained, horribly well trained in the force itself. While you have some education to some certain degree, there are aspects of it that still are mysterious. That reaching out to it either doesn't always answer you or doesn't guide you in the way that makes sense to you, or sometimes just the feelings you get are nothing at all, and you feel like you're left hanging to interpret this nothingness as though it is the response from the force. For now, whatever you believe or hope to have gained from the force by meditating, you walk away as questioning as you entered.
Well, this is a 3-day trip.
2 to 3 days, yeah, it's not going to be long.
He'd probably spend the first half or 3/4 of it meditating, seeing if he felt anything else through the force about the ship or the droid. I think he would approach Krasa and Bato, and then possibly talk to the other 3 after talking to Krasa and Bato.
Sure, go right ahead. There's plenty of time for you to get the 2 of them while there's nothing going on.
I imagine on day 2, whenever they're both in the cockpit, he would walk in. This droid is important, and we need to figure out what we can about it. Krasa, when you're done with the computers, any way you can see what you can find out about the droid systems without compromising them?
Perhaps it's again, I keep saying, but not exactly my forte. But I'll certainly try.
I can reach out to the other 3, but I'm afraid if they find out this has value, we'll have a bigger problem on our hands than we already do. What do we do about them?
I don't really know. This is more your place, yes. I think we let them live. That is a promise we made. Perhaps it's a promise we keep.
I agree. Perhaps even share some of the money that we can get from back with the contract as hiring them as, actual crew. Cross is great at computers. I think we know the names of them. The main one that we've talked about, he's good with mechanics. He's
kind of the head of them.
We're gonna call him Bob.
Bob is really. You never asked for his name, and he never asked for yours.
That's true. I would just point at. Well, I would say the main one. He's got good mechanical knowledge. He's been working with Krasa. I agree with Krasa. I think we should make them. I think we should keep them alive.
They know more about this ship, its issues, its value than I'm comfortable with. If you believe we should spare them, then do we offer them a position working with us on the ship? The issue is credits aren't my forte.
I think we are all poor here. I don't think we offer them a position. The initial way that we met one another, perhaps it is not good. Might harbor future resentment.
Agreed. But if we allow them to walk on Tatooine,
They
first
bring
thing they're gonna
knowledge.
do is find
That's all.
somebody who wants to take care of us and take possession of this ship so they can recoup their funds.
But I suppose keep friends close and
Just be prepared. No matter what we do, there will be consequences. I don't like the fact that we're going to a criminal syndicate planet, but it is what it is. The Force will guide us through, or not. But this droid, we protect the ship, but we protect the droid more. We don't let anyone take this from us. It's important, not just for the credits, but there's more at play here than just money.
Otto's gonna look across it. I know you're great with computers. Have you thought about asking Bob about helping out with the droid?
I shake my head and say, I'm hoping that this droid here has nothing of significance, and we can just drop it off, get our pay, and move along.
The droid is significant, and if we allow them to work on it, they'll know why, and that is even more dangerous than the ship.
I did say hope. I'm no fool. But I also believe it to be doubtful. And I don't, as to mirror your sentiments, I don't want them discovering anything that might make them want to pursue us anymore.
My thoughts were more of just learning knowledge from them to see if, not specifically on this droid, but asking him if he's worked on droids to gain knowledge that you need to run your experiments.
I think and say, I could ask. For the most part, I've only been using his aid in situations where I'm not very comfortable. Like when we worked on the the mechanics.
Otto would just nod. Go back to like cleaning his rifle or something.
If you discover anything of interest, keep me apprised. In the meantime, I will be sitting near them, making sure that they don't get any ideas.
I'll be making them uncomfortable.
Yeah, I'm sitting there being creepy.
So funny.
You heard that they were more scared of Bato, so you had to go change it.
I'm the mean one.
I am the one that held a blade to their throat, I suppose.
Yeah, that's true.
I'd probably go sit there, and if they decide to speak while I'm in the same room, I would try to listen in, but I'm not going to spy.
And you're welcome to. They don't scurry away like cockroaches when you get near them or anything. They just keep conversation relatively minimal and light throughout. Scott, are you going to try and mess with the droid? Is that the plan?
If you're saying that we have enough time for me to do that after everything else we've done, absolutely, I would love to.
What are you looking to do with the droid? If you're just trying to run diagnostics on the droid, that's easy.
Yeah.
Anything else is going to take time.
Diagnostics and well, I suppose part of that whether or not the thing can be powered up and so on.
Yeah. I mean, doing a quick, basically, the first diagnostic check you run is against a singular purple die to just even understand what the hell's, if this thing's even worth bringing back to life.
Sure, that's as you said, an easy check. So,
Mm-hmm.
one purple.
Yep.
I'm gonna use a light side.
Please do.
Would you like to use the dark side, Mike? Oh my god! Oh man, I try to do diagnostics and I fail so spectacularly.
The best part was just seeing Wade's face just
I know.
The moment Scott was like,
Wade's
as soon as Scott said, "Do I want to
I
use a
felt
light
the
side?" Ha ha ha! No, I
Anytime
don't.
Scott should succeed, this is what happens.
This happened last time we played Star Wars. You were an incredible pilot, and you couldn't roll a success to save your life.
Best pilot in the galaxy.
We gave him like
man.
30 blues, 2 upgrades to try to shoot a truck the size of the White House. You couldn't hit that from 100 feet away.
You can't figure out if this thing is even able to turn on, and you're not sure if it's because you just don't understand the technology because of how old it is, and because you haven't left, like your home planet very often to see this thing, or if because the years have genuinely just destroyed this thing.
However,
don't
But I
know.
see, but I see you like.
How? Yeah, with 5 advantages, however, you know that you're certainly not sure, so you don't make any.
You're
brash
certain
assumptions.
it's a droid.
No. This is what I would request for my however.
All right,
Let me
let me
request.
hear what you want to request out of this.
We're landing on Tatooine, which is kind of a junker planet because the people there have to live off of scraps. Do I think that it's likely I could find somebody there I could use to bridge the gap of technological understanding?
Oh, I would say yeah, for sure.
Okay.
There's a high chance that if you're gonna find old tech, Outer Rim planets are the best place to find it, unless you're looking for like collector's pieces that are gonna be at a higher value at the core planets.
I will try to take that one half step further. Do I have any basic understanding of where on that planet that might be, or is that
Mos
no?
Eisley, go to Mos Eisley.
Okay.
That's your best bet. Go to the biggest city with the most traders.
Perfect.
That's fine. I'm fine with that. That works wonderfully.
This is my response to you guys.
But while you're working on this thing and trying to run diagnostics on it, the guy who's been working with you in and out of the bridge comes in at some point,
Good old
sees you
Bob.
kind of hunched over that thing. He's like, "Oh yeah, I saw that thing earlier. Didn't think that thing could even work."
Perhaps we can get parts off of it.
Well, he walks over and leans over your shoulder as you're like trying to get your computer to work. He's like, "Well, I can take off the limbs at least while you're doing that without damaging your inspection, we might be able to make a decent chunk of change to the right person. He leans down. He's got like tools with him from working in the engine room.
As he like starts to get comfortable.
Otto was just gonna say no. Keep it as is.
Yeah. He jumps when you say it. And he turns around. And he's like, "Oh, hey, Mandalorian."
Can I roll a stealth roll to just see if he even noticed I was in the room?
Yeah, you're welcome to. Please do. He was distracted, so it'll be against a 1 purple.
I don't know. I feel like you should roll a couple black dice because I get the impression that your character wears a lot of aftershave.
I just can smell it on him. Yeah, he has no idea that you're there. You can just take that as strain. Don't worry about it.
And that threat is the aftershave.
That's right. It's the waft that he gets. You just hit. It was a delayed
Afterwards.
hit. So he does like that quiet, like he jumps and he turns around and just only see profile of his face as he's.
I'm just gonna be kind of like sitting in the other, like I imagine just on the other side of the cockpit,
Yep.
you know, from Cross, just kind of watching him work, cleaning the blaster. No, that one stays as is.
Yeah, sure.
More for traded in for more as whole.
I'm gonna.
Good point. And he just stands up and just picks up his tools.
I'm gonna interject and say, perhaps we should not try to sell any part of this ship. We still don't know what parts may have any form of significance, or perhaps we could sell the entire ship in its whole for a purpose.
You know what? He puts his hands up. He's like, I'm not sure why I'm asking. You know, I'm just happy to be breathing. I'm just happy to be breathing. And he like makes a pointed look at Krasa, and he's like, I'll be out there.
Shift my eyes away slightly and like.
And he just walks
I'm gonna pat
out.
him on the back before he leaves. Like, we're glad to have you breathing too. Pat.
He like speeds up to like a speed walk after the first pat, but you still get him a couple more times, and he's just out. He's quietly leaving you and Cross alone as Crossa finishes failing and realizing this droid is, who knows.
It is what you're looking for.
It is the droid that you're looking for. Well, if that's all that you're all going to do, then after 3 or so days' time, hyperspace comes to an end as the giant dusty orange ball that is Tatooine is all that can be seen out the front of the ship, with your radar showing a bunch of pinging of a bunch of ships coming and going from the planet, making their trade runs and their deliveries and what other nonsense tends to come and go from Tatooine itself. The pilot, or Bato, you're the pilot sitting in the chair. You're going to be sitting in the bridge. The other guy who is helping with the astrogation, who had the nav point to even get here, is in there, as well as I imagine Krasa and Varen standing over. The other two are still out in the hollow room, just waiting. And they sit there. He looks to the two of you or the three of you rather, and kind of just out of nowhere says, well, I guess now's a good time as any to let me know what the hell's going to happen after we land. Are we just, me and my boys, heading the hell out of here?
Going to get tacos.
It's Tuesday. I'm gonna look to Varen.
I wouldn't say anything. I'd wait for Varen to talk.
Do you look to him as well, or do you just not?
I would say first we got to figure out how to land this trash heap.
Oh, nice. Nice. Deflect.
Just to kind of like even worry them a bit more. Like, do we even know? Can it land?
So I'm like, good question, sir. And you're like, good question, but we might die first.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Meanwhile, Varen's just standing there quietly.
He's just like, I don't know if it can land.
He'll take his time. He'll stand there just kind of like taking it all in and contemplating. And he'd probably respond with a question of his own. If we do manage to land and survive, and we let you go to walk away, would you come back? Would you hire thugs to come back and fight us? Would you leave peacefully?
Well, seeing that we spent all of our combined credits on the information of where that ship is, even if we wanted to, I don't think we could afford it.
We should part ways when we land, but perhaps the Force will reunite us. I have a feeling we haven't seen the last of each other. And he'll kind of notice the way they keep eyeing Bato, I imagine, since it's been a few days. And he'll kind of like pat Bato on the shoulder. And Bato really enjoys your company.
Well, for a decent sum, he can keep my company however long he'd like. And he looks back to Bato and gives him a kind of a pained smile. Otherwise, yeah, we'll split our ways, and should magic or whatever the hell you were talking, the Force, guide us to you again, then you better have some credits, I guess. And he just kind of walks away, shaking his head, slightly confused.
Do I believe him?
Would you like to make a roll to see if you believe him?
Yes.
Discipline.
Against?
Technically, if he's lying
Deception.
against
I'm saying
perception.
I roll against whatever he is.
Deception.
Yeah, but just give me a roll.
He wants you to set the DC.
So just give me a roll. It's simple.
Hey, wait, if you want to, never mind.
He seems to be being pretty upfront.
Great.
Oh, eventually you get over the comms somebody asking about for your papers and landing permissions, and after enough chit chat, even if the ship is registered to somebody else in particular, Tatooine is a little lax on that compared to, say, a core world where they desperately care more about your papers than they do here. Eventually, you start careening this thing through its atmosphere and into Tatooine itself. You're going to need to make me, Pat, a piloting planetary check to land this thing as you're brought into a port in Mos Eisley, one of the many that they have here, of against 3 purple, hard difficulty. These things can land, but it's not the most smoothest operating procedure.
I really want to use a light point because I just, boom, I can just see it going bad.
I mean, if you want to, do it.
Up to you.
Scott, what do you think?
Please do whatever you'd like to do.
I want guidance from both of you.
I honestly think that we just have one of them or me be your co-pilot. I think you should have Wade be the co-pilot because
I thought we already had a co-pilot.
Somebody should be a co-pilot, and I honestly.
Well, no, I thought it was one of the guys that was helping me with the nav stuff.
I think a hard landing might be more entertaining as an arrival, and maybe would tell people, yeah, you really don't want to try to steal this ship. It's a piece of shit. Like I honestly think that if that how it plays out, it could be beneficial. So it's up to you.
Good point. Okay. I'll just roll then.
Co-pilot, if that gives you blue dice, I'll be a co-pilot.
Yeah. Whoever the co-pilot is just makes a piloting check to be his co-pilot.
Oh, what's the roll to give a blue dice then?
It's actually built into the game. Hold on one second.
Here should be a sheet.
Yeah, I think it's 2. Right here, co-pilots roll 2, and it actually gives you a upgrade on your check. I think.
Okay, so piloting planetary.
No, actually, each success downgrades the difficulty of your next piloting check.
Do I roll this or just Wade?
Co-pilot first.
So I'm rolling against 2 purples?
Correct.
Piloting planetary?
Correct. So that one success gives you 1 downgrade against your difficulty. Mike, what's the difficulty?
It was a 3, so it
purples.
should be 2.
You can
now.
also toss that blue die to him because of the way that the rules work.
Mm-hmm.
That's fine. So roll against 2 purples and give yourself blue dice, or roll against 3 purples and downgrade on that side. It does the same thing.
I'm rolling against 2 purples and I get a blue dice.
Yes.
Because it was 3 purples, so downgrade it to 2. Cool.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm all good to roll.
Yep.
Oh,
Wow.
Boom.
So much for a hard landing.
Yeah.
and you were afraid of being a decent pilot. I told you, I was like, don't worry about it.
I remember an old tale of a certain pilot.
Listen, he was the greatest pilot ever, which is why
He could
he
pilot
did terrible.
He's legend, and it hasn't even happened yet.
The camera actually sits comfortably in the landing pad that you're going to be navigating to as we see the dot in the sky that is the interceptor grow bigger and bigger. A trail of smoke still billowing out behind it, and it's loud. You can hear it screeching across the sky well before you can see any of its details. But eventually, this rickety old ship that has a plume of smoke and screeching approaches. You kind of land it, hover it, and it wobbles back and forth. One of the landing gears pops out, the other one half pops out. and you land on one, and it tilts instantly to the left as the half popped out one doesn't actually ever fully go all the way out. And now you kind of sit on this weird, like crooked angle. The ship is on this slightly listed angle within, and you see outside the bridge windows a couple of people in technician suits running out to greet and immediately take a stock of your ship.
Okay. I'm gonna say, perhaps it is my responsibility to handle this one. Yay. I'm gonna go over and hit the button. Door doesn't open.
Yep.
Hit it again.
Goes halfway, stops. You hear the hydraulics pain, and then just shoots down the rest of the way.
That's a loud bang.
Yeah, douche. And there stands on the other side a human who is just an old guy with big, thick Coke bottle glasses. As he's walking over and looking under the ship, he's got stray, wiry white hair. But curiously, you also see a Gamorrean in a long overcoat. His tusks have been filed down, and he has a singular, technically like a HoloLens sitting in front of one of his eyes as he walks over with a posture not seen of such a savage race before. I gotta find my Gamorrean voice.
Maggie? Whoa!
Nope, that was horrible. That is not what I wanted at all. That's the danger of having to reset presets real quick. Either way, he walks over, and I'll mess with it a little bit. He walks over and just gives you kind of a respectful nod, Krasa, as you come tumbling out.
Tumbling? I'm Grace.
You know what I mean.
Okay, he gives you a respectful nod, and I'm like,
He gives you a respectful nod.
hey, buddy.
How deep do we want to go?
Hey, I know it's pretty.
He sounds like a pig. He's got piggish sound to him.
Biggish sound.
It's like one of those. I know it's pretty, but it didn't take it out for air. Anyways, he
gives you a respectful nod as again the crazy old human man underneath is like feeling around, pulling out wires. You actually can hear metal hit the ground as you turn around. A small metal plate has been ripped off. He's like grabs a fistful of wires and he's yanking. I was like, "Yeah, this needs to be fixed." And he scurries off behind it, so you can only see his feet under the orb.
I'm gonna look to the Gamorrean, and I'm gonna say, because it's the one that seems to be wanting to talk to me, and say,
Yeah.
This thing is having many problems.
Well, we can tell.
We need refuel. We need make sure the fuel leak is contained, and then perhaps
Your weapons look busted as hell.
everything beyond that. Why don't we do give us a price?
We'll go over it. We'll get you a price by sundown.
Yay.
When you say yay, he just kind of walks past you, and then you actually hear heavy footsteps as he walks up the landing ramp into the small little area as he plugs in a data pad to just on the inside, and he's like, and he looks out to you and just shouts, "Just doing a what the fuck's the word I'm looking for?"
Diagnostic?
Yeah, diagnostic.
I don't seem to be too concerned. But when he does that and he gives me that concern, again, I don't seem to be too concerned. But then something crosses my mind, and I go, "Excuse me." And I'm going to actually go back up the ramp past him and go find Varen.
Yep, Varen, you're watching as the other three are kind of packing up what little belongings they have. And they're just kind of talking about what the hell they're going to do next. Someone suggested heading to Naboo. Another one said going back to head to Nar Shaddaa. Maybe we can find something there. But they're just having conversation. Then you see Krasa walk into the main hollow room.
So I'll come up to you and say, I'll get close to Varen, so like it's not meant to be heard by others or whatever. And I say, Varen, perhaps we should relocate this droid over to the storage area and lock it down. They do not need to be in there for any of the repairs they're working on. And as for the other three, I was thinking perhaps we should cover the cost of their freights to wherever it is they're going, and they can be politely escorted by Bato. A kind gesture, yes?
We'll You'll see Varen's already holding a credit chip. I had 150 credits I was going to give them. That's all I can spare. That's all I have.
That might be enough to get them onto another world. I only have not much more than that. 300.
We'll need some to take care of this ship, and we'll need to find some way of finding more money here, because if we can't leave the system until the ship is at least partially fixed, we may be here a while.
I don't think this ship is going to move without tens of thousands of credits. So perhaps one problem at a time. Let's keep Droid hidden and let's get these boys off world.
Take care of the droid. I'll take care of these three.
I nod. I'm not scrawny, so I can do that. I'm going to try to be discreet about it, though. However, I don't know if they're going to leave or however you want me to do it, but I'm going to try to be discreet.
Why don't we take our first break, and we'll return with you taking care of the droid and Varen taking care of the other three and offering them a deal out of here.
Maybe I don't want to take a break. But
Well, that's unfortunate. The first hour is already done.
fine, break time. See everybody soon.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back from the first break here on Lost Initiative Star Wars Forgotten Legacy, where we just left our heroes having only just landed on Tatooine after a harrowing escape, finding their bounty, and actually still having their bounty present within their hands. On one hand, for now, Krasa is going to attempt to hide this medical droid that they found within the bridge that was slumped up against the wall in case anybody comes into the ship and pokes around. And Varen is actually heading over to the three gentlemen who are going to be leaving and plan on departing. Simply, we'll start with Scott because it's a relatively simple role. You want to do this quietly. A skullduggery roll, good sir.
Not
For
a
your-
not a stealth.
You're not stealth and you're trying to hide something.
What you said?
No,
Simple.
Skull, it is a...
Easy. I mean, easy.
it is a... you're just trying to hide on the ship. The droid itself is not gigantic. We'll go against 3 purple.
That's not an easy check. That's not a simple check. That is a
You're trying to
hard
hide
check.
this thing, right? You're trying to hide. I didn't say
That
it
is
was easy.
you said
I meant
a relatively easy check. That's a hard check.
what I should have meant. That was my brain not processing the actual thought properly. What I meant was it's easier to go to Scott and get his roll out of the way first than it is to go to Varen and then do the RP bit that he wants to have. At this rate, who knows anymore? Okay, you do your best. You hide it.
Believe in you.
Okay.
You put it in the engine room
However,
and cover it with a bunch of cables.
but the people though people see it, it's nobody of interest that sees it. No nosy people see it.
Literally, you get the exact outcome you want with a failure roll. Is that what you're looking for?
Yeah, see, you get it, Mike. You get it.
Oh, nobody can see the rolls, by the way, Scott.
Oh,
If you want to pop those up.
of course, as right as I put it away.
I guess you have to re-roll then, huh?
So we see Krasa kind of dragging this thing, hoisting it over his shoulder. So he's kind of dragging the feet of this droid across the floor, eventually making his way into the engine room. The most damage of the 2 engines because both engines are in separate rooms. So you go to one of them, and there's a bunch of trash, and you just kind of hoist it into the pile of trash and just say, looks like it belongs. And it does. It genuinely does look like it's a piece of leftover garbage on a ship filled with leftover garbage.
Yeah. Hey,
Varen.
Thunk, can you make me a simple DC 25? Fortitude save. Simple.
Well,
Oh, you died. Oh.
well, he did die, so I guess you're right.
Spoiler.
For which one?
Yeah, I know. What time?
Yes.
There are your dice. There's no 3D dice that get rolled, chat. You just see their results. There is no 3D rolling in the nonsense that for this build.
Yeah,
for
it's
this game.
Roll 20 only has 3D dice for simple D4 through D20. That's it.
Yeah.
It doesn't exist for proprietary dice like this.
Yep. Varen, you make your way over, and as you are, they kind of just finished up packing. And they each got one like carrying case worth of gear each, and it was mostly just their scavenging tools. They're finishing up and about to head towards the exit ramp when you make your way over to them.
Sure. The one that I assume is kind of the leader one that I put the blade to, I'll look to him, and I'll simply hold out my hand, holding a credit chip. It isn't much. I regret that things have happened the way they have, but hopefully this is enough to get you off-world or get you somewhere where you guys can start over.
Well, whether it gets us a meal tonight or gets us off world rather, then no, I can't help but at least be a little grateful. Thanks. And he reaches out and takes the credit chip, while also simultaneously like shaking your hand in the process.
He's gonna shoot you.
He wouldn't quite shake back, because I doubt anyone's ever tried to shake his hand, but he would allow it to happen and just kind of like curiously look at him.
When he realizes you're not really kind of reciprocating for
Okay.
whatever reason, it's cut short, and he's like, "Well, I guess it was a hell of an opportunity one way or another. And stay safe out there." And he just begins to walk away.
As he's walking away, I'll just say, a hell of an opportunity or a hell of a burden. We've yet to see which. I meant like a
wanted it.
sparking wire on the side, like is going off or something.
Yeah, you
while
got
he
like
says
it was like sparking next to you, illuminating your helmet a little bit more. And he's like, "Hey, we were happy to take it off your hands, but you want it, so for our own sake, it's yours."
Good luck.
Yeah, you too. and gives a nod to his two friends, and they make their way off of the landing pad. And you even watch as the dust kicks up behind them as they walk their way through a door and into the spaceport and out to the grander Mos Eisley
Otto
city.
takes aim. I'm kidding.
They just go flying over a wall, obliterated completely.
With that, he'd probably go to find Krasa, who I imagine is currently setting the droid down, putting like a couple
No,
wires.
walking out of the engine room at this point, just out of the engine room. Job well done.
The
It
droid
wasn't
safe.
engine room. It was the just so to be clear, it was the storage. What's it called? Like the where you put
Sure.
things and hold them, and then lock that door.
Okay, yep, that works.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, you talk
Cargo
about storage.
hold.
Cargo hold.
Cargo hold. There it is.
That's very different than the engine room.
Yeah, that's very different than the engine room. I just said engine
Kinda
room
like
because I was
where you
narrating because
hold
that's where my brain
cargo.
took him, but
Yeah.
that's fine.
Two like holding a. I
walked out
two
of the
like
cargo
having a
hold.
place.
But the two of you will come. The three of you actually on the ship now, all kind of together.
Otto, I think we're going to be moving into your area of expertise here, perhaps. Not
Readies
I
his
imagine
readies
Otto,
his
like,
gun.
Holding his gun
Yeah.
is like not quite what I meant. They're going to look over the ship and they're stuck here until it's fixed. But we, between the three of us, I imagine can't afford to have this fixed. We may need to either find work or hope that we can do something in trade. We'll get this ship up and running. And I imagine bounty work. He says this like kind of carefully because he doesn't want to offend, knowing he's kind of a Mandalorian, and not all Mandalorians bounty hunt, but he's aware that some still do. We may need to pull in some credits.
It's not fun work, but it'll get the bills paid.
Perhaps that work will lead us on another journey, but it's important we get this ship fixed. That the droid is hidden. I looked at Krasa.
I will look. Huh? Oh, I heard you, but
Yeah.
Has more wires to throw over the droid.
Well, this will be exciting. And with that, he'll turn and start to walk off the ship.
I would probably follow.
yep.
Yeah, the three of you make your way off of the interceptor, and when you make your way down there, you actually see the Gamorrean chatting with the old guy, and the old guy is like, "No, well, if they need, if they," and he keeps cutting himself short over and over again before the Gamorrean kind of just gives him a hard shove, and the words kind of come forth from his lips. Listen, they can't get the hell out. They're not gonna be able to get off of this place unless they at least got a nav computer. I don't even know how they got here. He's not saying that quietly. He's very openly saying that as. And then the three of you walk down, and the Gamorrean kind of shoves him behind him, cutting him off, and walks towards you. Going to Krasa specifically, but giving you give me a perception check, specifically Krasa and Bato.
Okay. So I will perception. What's the difficulty?
Actually, go ahead and Varen as well. He doesn't hide it very well, so 2, just average.
Average perception. I've never succeeded one yet.
I'm getting there.
I know
Slow
it's
to
difficult.
navigate.
Hard for you. Okay, Bato, you're the only one that notices. When the three of you approach, and he looks to Krasa and then looks to Varen and to you, there's definitely a weird double take between Krasa and you two. But he kind of shrugs it off pretty quickly, and then walks over to Krasa. I don't know how the hell you landed on this planet, but your nav computer's fried.
I nod and say,
Yeah, we know.
If you're looking to get the hell off this planet, you need a new nav computer at the bare minimum. If you want to make sure everything's shooting fire and spit and shine, including your guns, I hope you have deep pockets. Otherwise, we're going to be hawking this thing for parts in a few weeks' time if you can't pay up.
well, what would it take to get a new nav computer in this ship?
Nav computer with updated charts. You looking at
Not just charts. We are both aware that this would require a little bit of retrofitting.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a model I ain't seen land here before, so I can't tell you how difficult it's going to be. Labor is going to be in flux. But baseline, you're looking at a new nav computer, 3 or 4 grand.
I nod. How? I nod and say, I believe this will be doable.
And what about the rest of this thing?
Like I said, beyond previously discussed repairs, cost it out.
So you're looking at bare minimum is what you want.
Yes, as previously discussed, and then beyond that, cost it out.
Yeah. All right. Well, it's going to be a few days at least, even just to get this thing up in a flying form. So enjoy Moss Isley for all it's worth.
I nod and say, looks beautiful.
He just kind of, he snorts. And he walks past you to start immediately working on the ship. See panels coming down from underneath of it, wires getting ripped out. He shouts at the old man as he scurries in and pulls out a box full of random things that just look like bits and bobs, waddling it over to him, and he just dumps it all onto the ground. The Gamorrean snorts at him and shouts as the 3 of you are allowed to leave and head into Moss Isley proper. As you leave, I assume you're all heading out of the spaceport and heading into town is the plan.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
As you leave the small little landing pad that you landed your ship on and make your way out of the spaceport into Moss Isley proper, you are greeted by rather busy streets. They're not packed shoulder to shoulder like they would be on a Coruscant or a Naboo, but they're still pretty busy for an outer rim planet. And everybody that you pass by looks like they could shank you in a back alley for half a credit if the opportunity arises. It is, as typically stated in every Star Wars media out there, a hive of there's no greater hive of scum and villainy in the galaxy. Where is the
Happy
first
we're
place
here.
the 3 of you would go as you're greeted with these people and the smells of a desert planet, the dry, arid air, and the lack of any moisture in the winds whatsoever? What is the plan for the 3 of you?
I have to say, this place is awful. It's so arid and so dry. It is difficult to breathe here, and I have so much sand in my fur, and we've been on the world for what, 3 minutes? This is miserable.
How long before Krasa hacks up a hairball?
Excuse me. Don't do that. Thank you.
Sorry, it's the dust, it's the sand.
Moving on. So, I will look for a person who might know their way around old technology like this. Perhaps you two should find ways that we can earn credits for us to get out of here and repair that droid. Yes?
Don't rule out the possibility that the one you find may also need help.
That is good point. Thank you. And I walk away.
Oh, God damn it, what's happening?
I do not know what is happening to my potty.
It's so strange. I've never experienced.
So where do we want to focus first, gentlemen?
Perhaps on them.
Thank God. If you played a female, just a Cathar in heat, screaming all the time.
Hey, I can still go in heat.
We need to get off this planet.
I did like a green screen image of my leg, like extended, and then just like put it up on the screen, like it's like one of these.
They're gonna look to Bato actually, and kind of not knowing how to find the kind of work they're looking for, or bounties or anything. They'll look to Bato to kind of like take charge in this instance.
Where would we go to find bounties? This would be kind of new to Bato as well, as I was.
Well, that would require actually a roll.
Oh, it would? Okay.
I believe so. Yep, underworld role would be your knowledge skills.
What am I running against?
You're in a place that finding that kind of work is not entirely all that difficult. I would say in Mos Eisley specifically, you're working with you're going to be working at 2 base purple, but instead of you're also going to have a black die on it as well for not being familiar with the planet or its particular workings.
Can you get a blue since we're both kind of trying to figure that out?
If you would like to assist, I'll allow a blue die boost.
Okay.
It's a failure, but also an advantage. You get whispers of people looking for jobs. A few places that that you end up at, however, don't actually end up producing any jobs or bounties in the area, but you do lend yourself and lead yourself eventually to a rather large cantina towards the center of town. That is plenty of people haggling and doing open business on tables in the nearby area. None that are bounties, or at least none certified guild bounties that seem to be going out, but there are definitely people around. So maybe sticking around and offering your services as a bodyguard or something along those lines could earn you some credits.
What?
What?
Okay there, Krasa?
Cross is mad because I'm acknowledging the advantage by putting you in a cantina that might have opportunity for you.
Out of game, I would have said that, but like Otto doesn't know. Again, as a
Otto
gatherer.
doesn't know, and bounty jobs, the good bounty jobs necessarily aren't being done in
They're all-
open bars.
No,
know, so-
no, they're all done by guild.
Exactly.
Yeah, so I guess if we're in the cantina and we just walk in, I would ask, I'd say split up, see who's hiring for gun or delivery or fetch stuff. See if
So
we
you're
can
looking
find
to
some
make
work.
pretty much any opportunity to make $1, basically, is
Yeah.
what you're looking for here. No problem.
I would probably, if we're splitting up, instead of asking, I'd be walking around trying to listen.
Just listening to people converse. Cross similar.
I would be they're not doing their job. I would be asking around specifically for somebody that can repair like old tech.
Yep,
like
gotcha.
a junker or something like that.
So can I just get Pat? Can I have Bato make me a streetwise check against a 1 purple?
Success and a threat.
Sorry, I got a message that I was reading. Yep, the 2 successes and a threat. So basically, what that role is for is just like what's the best paying job that you can find in a cantina in the moment. And you actually he overhears somebody looking to hire for bodyguard work overnight, one of his store warehouses. Not a big place, but enough valuables that he's going to be keeping there overnight before they get transported in the morning. And he's paying 1,000 credits to somebody who's willing to spend overnight and just watch over it.
I'd come up to him and just say, I heard you're looking for a bodyguard.
Mid drink. Yeah, good here, kid. Yeah, tonight. You looking for some work? 1,000 credits on the table if you watch my warehouse. No one's bitten yet.
1,500, I'll start watching it now.
Oh, 1,500. Come on, you approached me. You heard my offer. You know you were walking over to. You're welcome to make a negotiation roll.
Yeah, I was gonna say, can I roll against that?
Yep, negotiation roll against 2 purple.
That's it. Ooh.
Ooh, he's a Mandalorian just
Hey,
in his
hey,
face.
I'm awesome.
He holds ground.
Otto will just stand there, kind of straighten up and cross his arms. He'll say, fine, 1250.
Yeah, pulling my leg, but all right. Consider the 250 the bonus for paying somebody of your caliber. And he reaches forward and he tinks your armor.
Because you won't regret it. He'll ask for a chip or something to say, where directions on where.
Yeah. He's like, I'll pay half now, half after. And here, he reaches into his pocket, pulls out a chip and some credits and kind of lays it on the table. Like, that'll get you to where the warehouse is. Your shift starts in 4 hours from now, when the two suns go down.
I'll ask, is he expecting any threats?
I ain't expecting threat, but you can't be too safe here. An unguarded warehouse in Mos Eisley is like a treasure chest asking pirates to come open it.
He'll just agree to it. That's cool. Can I find you here again tomorrow?
I'll meet you here. Well, actually,
Well, he'll just meet
no,
me-
he's like, I'll meet you in the morning when your shift's over by the warehouse with the other half.
Is that okay? I'll kind of grab his shoulder. See you tomorrow morning.
He reaches forward. Kurt Cole. And he with his hand to shake out, and like that's him introducing himself.
He would look at him, kind of tilt his helmet. Otto.
Yeah, I'll see you in the morning, Bato.
I'll go
He
back
continues.
to I would kind of like head back towards the bar.
Sure.
And like
And he
not
goes
to
back
get
to
a
his
drink.
drinking.
Yeah. I would try to go find Varen or Krasa.
Krasa, can I get a perception check from you, please, against a 1 purple?
What was his name again? I apologize.
Kurt Cole.
Curtain
Uh,
call.
Curtcul. And Varen, my apologies. Can I also get a perception check from you against 1 purple?
Is it his storage shed that I'm looking after, or factory?
Yeah, a small storage warehouse, he calls it.
I'm just writing my notes. Sorry.
No, you're good.
I'm assuming I'll take that as strain.
Yeah, please do. Krasa, we'll start with you. You're just milling about with the drink in your hand, sipping it slowly and keeping ears out. It's actually interesting listening to all these people talk, just because it's such a mix of cultures and backgrounds all coming together for a common goal: drink and making money. And to hear and listen to them all chat, it does, it plucks away at the idea for Krasa that, maybe not everybody's all that different outside of your home world for how short of a time frame you've been away. But after some while and listening to this talk, you don't really hear of anything of interest. Maybe a courier job for a measly sum of credits here or something else there, but that's not what you're looking for. You're looking for somebody who specifically specializes in older technology. And it's not because you hear them talking. It's because you catch them in the back on their own, leaning up against the wall, no table to themselves, a small, rather small for their species, Deveronian male. He has very short horns that curve almost perfectly to the curvature of his skull. And he's not speaking to anybody. He's wearing just plain khaki pants and a simple overcoat. But he's playing with something that catches your eye. A piece of tech that as you get closer and look towards it, and he's messing with it and pulling it apart, that doesn't look very familiar. Can I get a perception check as you look at this thing? But this is going to be against 3 purple. No, maybe not. I will write it. Not a lightsaber. It is not a lightsaber. In episode 2, I just hand over one.
Wait a
There you
second.
go.
I spent a light side point. It's a lightsaber.
Fuck. You just triumph and take over,
Well, all right. So
Varen's
what
spidey
is-
senses go crazy.
right?
what was the check again?
3 purple perception check. It's to see finer details on the object he's playing with.
I'll probably fail, so that's fine. Yeah, figured.
What advantage?
Sorry, I was looking up something real quick. Oh, that's a bummer.
Yeah, I figured I'd fail.
You don't notice anything of the finer details. What you do notice is what you do is an obvious mark on it, one that you found fits your ship. The mark of a long gone empire from a few centuries ago.
So the old Sith Empire, right?
Correct.
So I noticed the marking, and so I will
It is immediately obvious to you. While it's obvious what it is to you, it's dulled. A lot of it's been scratched away, and what sits on this weird, kind of just metallic device that he's playing with, it does look like the years have worn it almost off, but you can still see it.
I'm gonna get up and start walking over towards him, and then because I'm actually not really a super interactive person, I'm gonna turn partway towards the walk and head over towards Varen instead.
Okay. You walk,
That's what I was
walking, and so you make your way over to Varen. Varen, before we even get to what happens with you, Cross interrupts. You were listening and you're almost certain something felt like it was about to call out to you. You felt a tug, a pull, and then all of a sudden Krasa steps in front of you. And it's gone as quickly as it arrived.
Kill him. Or choke him.
That's what successes amount to these days. That's how far we've fallen.
Krasa, you get to Varen.
Yep. So I stand there. I imagine he looks at me, turns his attention towards me to some degree, and I say, Varen, I have saw something that might be of interest. Over there is a devil race. What is they? Deveronian. He has with him something like our vessel. It is from Sith Empire.
As soon as you say Sith Empire, you'll have his full attention.
Perhaps he knows how to use such things, or knows somebody that knows how to use such things. I thought maybe you have talked with him. You certainly look the part of somebody who would talk to him.
Don't.
Perhaps you should seek medical attention.
I've just been using Banaka instead. Does trick.
He'll get up and he'll walk over toward the Devronian.
By the time you get over to him, he's actually having, looks like polite conversation with a Twi'lek female. Whatever object Krasa was speaking about, he's not handling any longer.
Grab her by the head tails and hurl her out the bar.
But you walk over, and do you make it obvious you'd like to speak with him?
I would try to listen in first to see if he found anything interesting.
Perception check against 2.
No.
None of us are very perceptive. This is always unfortunate.
What are you talking about? I succeeded mine.
There you go.
Yeah,
you're listening.
You usually succeed.
And it actually sounds like he's talking to an old friend. There's some very polite chatter, stories of the last time they got together. Sounds like it's been some time since they've seen each other. And they just seem to be having genuinely pleasant conversation.
If that's the case, I'd probably let them finish unless it goes on for an extraordinary amount.
It does go on for an extremely long amount of time, to the point where eventually they actually do go get a table. And it's very clear that they're here to hang out with each other. Happy kitty.
Oh, that's what I was like, what am I hearing?
That's Krasa. He's had a few drinks. And the purrs.
I got rid of that hairball. Now he's happy.
Can I try to turn my attention to what I was perceiving before to see if it pulls me toward him?
You try your best, but it doesn't return.
I would walk over to him after some time then.
Sure. He's mid-sentence when you walk over, and he almost lets the words linger for a while before eventually he kind of he slows to a stop and just turns his head. I think this is the right voice.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, that's good. That's Deveronian.
Can I help you?
I thought that was Mike laughing at his own voice.
That's
No,
me
that's
laughing
Scott.
at Mike with a I'm just saying that ex-girlfriend of yours may have liked that.
What?
It's come to my attention that perhaps you're knowledgeable about ancient artifacts.
If you're looking for work, come to me tomorrow. I'm busy tonight.
And then he turns back to talk to her and almost completely disregard you.
In that case, let me see here. So I'm a little slow navigating.
Horse choke him.
You say,
Slap his ass.
say, this is not the you're looking for. And he's like, ooh, I'm not attracted to you.
So, I'm going to influence him.
Ooh,
So it'll be a discipline versus discipline check.
okay.
Basically just to make him believe that he wants to talk to me now.
Well, yeah, let's discipline v discipline real quick. Let me get my NPC.
What's your
rolls out.
exact line, Wade?
he said, if you're looking for work, you'll want to just come see me tomorrow. I'll say, no, we'd like to speak to me now.
Ooh,
I rolled
wait.
2 successes.
Yes, you win.
Now you got to roll light side or dark side. Are you gonna like threaten him?
We'll find out.
And don't. Oh, we forgot to look up. Do you need to use the force point to use the power in the first
I'm
place?
not sure. I don't think so
I
for
can
general
look at it.
force points because specific force powers say to flip destiny points to activate bonus effects.
Oh, okay, then never mind.
I
So
missed. I was
some
reading
GMs
something.
have
What?
instituted a rule where you have to use destiny points if you're going to use dark side. Other ones say if you use dark side, you just take strain and something else.
Wait, so you don't roll to see if it ends up being a dark side or light
Well, no, I
side thing?
still roll that.
Okay.
But
Go ahead and do
if
that
it's
first.
dark
Then.
side, I think I take strain to use that power.
Oh, okay.
And if it's light side, I think it just activates normally. It seems like different GMs have made different rulings on it.
Probably because the rule is very, very vague.
Probably. But it'd be weird to use destiny points for every force power because, like I said, some force powers are like, oh, flip 2 destiny points to activate this bonus effect.
Yeah, but that's I don't know. It's weird. Anyway, let's see. Go ahead and roll away. All right.
So I will. I read that I take strain, so I'll take strain. I don't remember if there was anything else or not.
For now, we'll leave it at that. And you simply say to him, "You want to talk to me now?" And while his eyes were about to break with yours and go back to conversation, they lingered just enough for you to feel the influence wash over him, and you can almost sense the trembling in the air as fear grips. He quickly turns to her and rolls his eyes at her and giving a deep sigh, and he says to her,
Sorry. Work calls, I guess.
and he pulls out some credits and just pays whatever tab is on the table. And they have some quick conversation before the Twi'lek gives you a dirty look and then walks off. He turns back to you. Doesn't say anything. He just looks to you.
Are you holding an old object on your person?
I have a few things. What is this? I thought you wanted me to work for you.
I need to know some information about you first.
You came to me for work.
Krasa, what was the object?
What was the object?
It just looked like a cylindrical tube about this big, though, like maybe like 4 or 5 inches long.
Oh, when he says that, I'll put down whatever it is that I'm drinking or whatever, and I'll make my way over and say, it was a small cylinder, but most importantly, it had on it a very specific symbol. Perhaps you know this symbol. Perhaps you know it quite well.
He bares his teeth a little bit and raises his eyebrow.
Are you trying to rob me right now?
I would not try to do such a thing. As a matter of fact, we're trying to either hire you for work or perhaps just get information of you. I'm not looking to take nothing that belongs to you.
Then if you want to hire me for work, lay out the job and give me a price.
Let me ask this first. Do you know what it was that you held?
He thinks for a minute before he reaches into his pocket and pulls out the little cylinder,
This, and he
holds it forward very obviously.
Mm-hmm.
He fiddles with it before putting it back in his pocket.
haven't figured it out yet, but it's my side project and it's mine, so.
This is fine. Do you know what that symbol is on it?
He looks. Let's see if he does. Against a lot of dice here for him. He would not know very well. Yeah. He shakes his head.
That is okay.
Do I recognize it?
I hope so.
Yeah, you would recognize it.
You're raised.
I apologize. This whole scene kind of takes place like at the bar, right?
Yeah, it's all inside the bar. People are bustling around, chatting. You're all having conversations.
I'm imagining I'm just like a couple people away watching this happen.
Yeah, you're not. You haven't left. You haven't gone to do the guard duty or anything like that.
As this is happening, can I do just a roll perception to see if anybody or anything in this cantina seems off?
Yeah, sure. Roll me against 3 purple die because everybody in here seems some
A
sort
little,
of off.
but yeah, more so.
Pat,
Ooh,
why
what?
don't you just sit back and enjoy the jizz?
Damn.
Everybody seems off, and you're on high alert right from the start.
Okay.
So
Thank you, Molly, for the raid.
Molly.
Am I able to
Okay,
pass that
sure.
advantage?
You
I
can pass it on to the next person who
Yeah,
has a
yeah, I'll
roll,
just-
basically.
I'll just do that.
For
So
sure.
whoever rolls next, you got a blue.
So I'll my apologies. I'll say it is okay if you are not aware of its significance. But do you know how to use such ancient things? Do you know how to repair things? Or is this just something that you came across by accident?
I actually got this off one of my jobs.
Oh? Discovered or as a reward?
Somebody here in Mos Eisley enjoys their antiques, and sometimes he gives me little keepsakes for them.
This is where you have small task for us. Simply, who is this person?
He hesitates for a minute.
If you're looking to get fixed, I'm your guy, not him. I fix his stuff. He just collects.
Perhaps both of you are of interest. You said that you like to be bothered in the morning, yes? Perhaps I speak to him this evening, and we speak to you in the morning.
If he's around, Mississam. That's his name. You can find him on the outskirts to the north. Runs a little shop of his own. Antique shop.
I nod and say, and you are competent? I just skeptical because you seem to not know what it is that you hold.
He shrugs.
I don't know where it comes from. I just know how to make it work.
Very well, that's good.
Could I tell him what the item was when he was holding it?
No,
Could I?
maybe a data cylinder of some sort, but it's just a small little tube.
Can I roll a lore education? Sorry, a knowledge education check?
Yeah, go ahead. It would still be against a pretty difficult 1 purple, 2 red.
Okay. Red's kind of a weird one because usually means something's actively working against you, but I'll do it.
You get a blue.
Yeah, you get a blue as well. Well, you triumph as well. Would you like to roll blue to see if you get even more?
Sure, here you go. Ready? On your mark, get set, blue.
Wow. 3 advantages.
I double crit.
You technically do. And this is a roll to know what exactly?
What it is, what it does, so on and so forth.
It
Mike's like,
force
shit,
comes to you.
This guy didn't know. I don't know.
I had a basic idea, but I didn't think you were gonna frickin' triumph on me immediately. How do you know from looking at this thing it is what it is the question that I'm posed with myself.
I've seen a lightsaber before.
It's not a lightsaber. You can keep trying, but it is not a lightsaber by any stretch. I think Crossa would best interpret this thing as like a miniature safe of sorts. There's something that thing
Like a
would
black
probably
box.
hold inside, like a
Like a
little lock box.
Medieval
piece of-
butt plug.
Like a piece of yeah, like maybe like a piece of like important family jewelry could be inside of it,
something
like that
physical,
kind of thing.
Not something, not data. Oh,
Correct.
oh.
Correct. Well, I only say data cylinder because it looks similar to a data cylinder as well, but it's not quite. It's too small. It's too thin, and you realize that this thing probably opens from the center, and there's something inside of it.
Could I spend my triumph to know how to open it?
Just take it from the guy and open it.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, I'd say. Do you mind if I see it for one moment?
Would he be willing to hand this over to you? Go ahead and give me a charm or coercion roll, your choice.
I suppose coercion, but no, I'm not.
Sure.
Charm, I guess. I mean, I'm not being threatening either way.
No, yeah, no, yeah, but he's not willing to just hand it over either. Against 2 purples.
Okay, I'm gonna roll a charm, even though coercion's better for me. I'm just not threatening. I don't have a reason to be.
Okay. He hesitates, but eventually
As he
places
hesitates, I say, "I'll give right back."
Varian is very interested in all of Kras's knowledge about this.
it.
Watching with intrigue.
He eventually just kind of reaches forward and places it to you. It's for you. You would drag your like long claws over it, and there's a few small little holes that, if you had the right tools, you could place them in and press and pop it open. But your claws, while they might be a little too thick now, it takes a little bit of filing very quickly, where just the tips would be able to press inward.
Just the tip.
And you can press it, and it gives a gas. Yeah, I know. It gives a kind of sound, of course, because you tingled the tip a little too much, and it just kind of sprayed out some air.
Oh, what about the jizz?
Jingled the tip.
God dang it, dude.
I don't know what that was, but I'm excited.
Yeah, I don't know what that was either. That was very strange. Eventually,
It's
as
a
it
strange planet, man. Everything's strange here.
yeah, right. As it puffs open and air kind of escapes the first time in God knows how many years. What actually sits inside is a small string of pearls. Butt plugs? No. Anal beads.
Oh, Jesus Christ, Michael. So when he first gives it to me, and I examine it for a minute, I kind of like play with it for a moment, realize how it's opened, and I say, one moment. I put it down on the table in front of me, like on the table so it's plainly seen in front of him. I actually take out like my claws, I kind of like play with them for a couple seconds, like you said, and then I pick it back up and I fiddle and it opens up and I go, this seems to have value. And I'll actually hand the opened container over to him with the pearls right there. And pearls,
as you hand it over, when it first popped, it was a look of like aggravation on his face. It was almost as though you ruined it. But as it opens and reveals that there's at least something inside there, and you hand it back over to him, he looks at it and pulls out the pearls, and he plays with them between his fingers for a little bit, and before he quickly snatches them, puts them in his pocket. It's like, well, this is you. He simply goes,
"This is you." Anal beads. Anal beads.
My favorite. It is my birthday.
The dark side is very powerful here.
But he hands actually over that little container back to you. He's like, I don't need this anymore. He's like, this is gonna sell for a lot. And he almost mindlessly says that when he places the pearls into his pocket.
Consider that your payment. Happy to do whatever you need tomorrow.
And he smiles and is like looking to cut the conversation there.
Okay. I will say many thanks. And I will give like a look to Varen. Like, I don't know if he needed to say anything else, but I'm clearly done. I'm going to walk back over to where I was sitting and grab my drink again.
Wade, I need you to make me one roll. It is a lore roll. For you, however, it is of average difficulty.
Whoa, I have a lot of stuff in there.
Wow.
Wow. Well, the fourth one you can kind of just ignore. You didn't recognize him. You're good. Nothing popped up. That's an unfortunate roll, but so be it.
Bato. Advantage is like something.
I would say this then. The only thing what you recognize, but you don't know why. It's tough for me to tell you without spoiling it. You have a hunch that those might be crate pearls, and it makes sense where you are. Do you, Wade, know what crate pearls are?
Do what?
Do you know what crate pearls are? Out of game?
No.
Okay. Then that's great. Crate pearls, as far as you know, Varen, there's a large type of like lizard creature here that tends to have they get harvested from, and they're of high value.
Okay. I'm not gonna say anything. He said that it's already pay for whatever we need him to do, and I am going to hold him to that.
And leaves the three of you in a bar. Bato having to leave at some point. To mine the. So remember, you got half up front, so you got 750 up front. And
I probably would have told Varen and Krasa that I would be busy during the evening as I got a job to play security guard. And I would tell them where they can find me if they need to. I'd ask them what they got out of their time in Cantina.
Do we need to look for additional jobs, or is it just this one? This is like a one-man job, isn't it?
yeah, it sounds like it.
Then you
We're
can
looking
come
at
with.
thousands of credits worth of work, right? And this is a 1,000.
This is
job.
what he got 1250. out of it.
1250.
That's a lot. That's a lot. So
Oh no, it is.
Yeah.
They're-
it was
It helps
it was
towards your-
$3
Well,
grand
let's-
just for the nav computer. So.
Yeah, I imagine we would regroup at least at this point.
Because you could always come with me after if you want to RP it or whatever it is. You could always come with me to go talk to the other guy too.
Yeah.
Or you can come steal whatever's in the warehouse.
That's
Bad.
true.
Bad.
If you're paying $12.50 for a security guard, it's gotta be something valuable.
Or he's just rich.
Yeah, he might. It sounds like
Tatooine.
either
It
way.
could be Amazon. You know, he has good,
That's true.
good minimum wage just to be in the warehouse.
$1,000
Alright.
bucks a night though, it's expensive.
Well,
Otto would explain that he got it for, a high, he's paying me $12.50 or whatever I'm protecting. Got to make a gesture.
Wow, you
He's
have
curious.
you have no honor.
honorless Mandalorian.
That's painful.
I'm not on my planet.
Chaotic evil Mandalorian. That's frightening. This is the
Well,
way.
then.
No,
I have
If there's any more
spoken.
to the
conversation,
stuff. This is the way.
is there any more conversation the three of you would like to have?
I would just like to say you want to join me when I go speak to the guy's name that I didn't write down.
Yes, and you and I should talk about more at some point.
I just not.
Well, then we have two different places we need to cover for the night.
Pat
So
first.
we'll do a break and we'll come back and we'll cover Pat, and then we'll go to the
I'll
other
do
two.
theirs. It's gonna be a lot more entertaining than me just standing and watching.
Yeah,
You
if you were
think
just
that-
standing and watching and nothing was going to happen, I wouldn't say we need to go see Pat.
We'll-
Hey, we'll be back in a couple minutes.
We'll be
Don't
back.
go anywhere,
or do. Bye.
or do go somewhere, but come back.
But you better be back.
Better be back.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Hour 3 of Lost Initiative, Star Wars Forgotten Legacy. We're on Tatooine, and we've got two groups going to do two separate things. Where do we want to start is the question.
I think Pat hasn't had too much of an opportunity to do stuff this session.
I am totally okay with that because that's how Bato was built. Your guys' story sounds a lot more interesting than me guarding this expensive warehouse you all don't want to break into. So
I'll
That
go
didn't
through-
give me
Roll
an
for it.
answer, so we'll go with.
I remember.
let's roll for it, Scott. You versus me. Whoever gets the higher roll.
Okay, how about this? We roll light side, dark side, and what's better, light side or dark side?
Light side's always the good side.
Okay, so we're gonna roll one light side, dark side coin. Let's see who rolls. 1, 2, 3, roll.
Wait, how do you
Who's
roll?
what though? Who's what?
Oh,
What? How?
Sorry, I rolled
You just-
purples. I got a light side. You roll.
Do I just roll light side?
Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Just a force die.
Oh no.
Oh,
Mike, flip that back. You
Yep,
just
I'm on it.
a dice pool.
at the top.
Yeah, flip
Oh,
up.
like that.
Yeah, but you have to put a light side coin on there.
The
one in
very
middle.
middle of the two sides, there's the force die. Just click that up to 1.
The very middle.
Yeah, do you see
where
it?
says dice pool? Right underneath that, there's a dice you can make.
You can turn off your purples too if you want, but
Okay.
there you go.
I do that right.
win.
You win, so that means we go to you.
Yep, we go to me first.
All right.
Toss a coin to your Mando.
I guess we're going to our ship to sleep. All right, Pat, to you.
You don't go.
Oh,
You have
far
to go
away
very-
galaxy. Oh, far away galaxy. Oh.
Oh, it
the
didn't count.
outskirts
They
of Mos
can't see the
Eisley.
rolls.
where the crowds are thinner and most people are now in their homes or drinking in the cantinas closer to the center of town, you eventually come across a small little shop. The doors have been, like metal rolling doors, have been brought closed and the signs have all been turned off. But in that typical Star Wars common, what you see is a store called Max Core's Antiquities.
I thought his name was like Miso something.
Miso.
I remember you said
He's so horny.
whatever name you said. I thought miso soup.
Ted Nugent's.
Misa Sam? Misa Sam?
Is that his name, Mr. Sam?
That was the other guy, I thought. Maybe I got him wrong. Maybe I'm messing him up in my own head.
Okay.
Misa Sam's Antiquities. There it is. Done. We'll just redo it. Misa Sam's.
Psalms.
Sam,
Antiquities.
Sam, Siam.
Okay, I'm good. Go ahead.
Okay. However, like I said, the doors are rolled shut and the signs are turned off. There is a window you can sort of look through in this kind of Adobe-like hut that's been turned into a shop. But if you press your hands up and look deeper into it, there does seem to be a figure moving around the shop in there. It does not seem as though it is completely abandoned. It is not that late at night yet. The suns have only just begun to set.
I mean, I think he has visor abilities, and I've got my cat eyes. I think we'll poke out, see if we can look inside. See.
Bato's not with you though.
Yeah, but
Does he have visor abilities too?
I don't know. He has a helmet.
Not that I know of. I think it's just a cosmetic.
So I will gladly roll a perception. I don't know if he wants to as well, and see what we can.
It's just
Perceptions.
very hard for Baron to.
Do you see? What's the difficulty?
Oh, sorry, 2.
Do you see
Rolling
what
perception?
I see?
Yep.
No. Okay.
No, you do not. However, Varen, you see what looks to be a Caldor in there, moving things around.
Caldor. Cool.
Is this-
Caldor are the gas mask
My
wearing,
favorite race.
purple or yellow rather.
It's my
Gotcha.
favorite race.
Oh,
They
there you
look
go.
really cool.
They seem to be dressed in like a long brown robe, and they're moving boxes, metallic boxes, from a higher shelf down to a lower shelf,
Wait.
all opened with like things sticking out of them.
Wait, you have force move, right?
No.
I was gonna say, so if he acts out of turn, you can just rip off his mask and.
Oof. Not quite. Plus, I don't think it's a general move power. If it's connected, it's a higher down the list.
Just spit a hairball on him.
All right, cool. So we see a Caldor. You do, I don't.
Yeah, Varen, you see that
I
inside.
don't know. There's a man inside Keldor, and he appears to be moving about his wares.
Well, perhaps we should speak to this man.
Did we get a name for either the Deveronian or for this gentleman?
This is Misa-sam,
Yeah, this is.
you believe.
I suppose it makes sense his name would be on the door.
At the least, it's the name of the shop. It might not be him, but close enough.
I'm a bit distracted, Chris. I apologize. I sensed something. I lost it when you came up to me, and I can't quite get it back. So if I'm not fully there during this conversation, apologies, but my mind is wandering. I'm finding it difficult to focus.
It's okay. It happens to the best of us. Just give time. I'm sure you'll be all right. Performance can be a little difficult.
Too far. And was that he would try the door?
So do you go up to the doors then? To the door?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And just start kind of not bang on it a couple times?
I mean, if it's a storefront, I would see if it's open. If it's
No,
not
like I said,
open,
the metal doors are already slid shut. It seems he's closed before the sunset.
Yes, I suppose. I've not looked across it. Worth knocking?
Yes, but perhaps he should see my face first. You look like you're probably here on bounty.
Take that in and take a step back.
I'll
Knock a few times.
Rap a couple times, not too aggressively.
Okay. There's a bit of silence for a few minutes, for a few moments before a voice does echo on the other side, sounding a little on the elderly side. Whatever it is. That's terrible sounding. Oh, that was awful. That was terrible.
Typical
What the
conversation
hell?
with Mike.
What?
I said typical conversation with Mike.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Thank you, Scott. That was rude. Wow, that was terrible. I think I just wanted that one.
That one, yeah.
I think I just choked on my pretzels.
It set it was for some reason set on the tweed effect for Megaphone. I don't know why.
I just want the robot droid back. I must remove him.
He blew up. He got blowed up.
That's my favorite.
Please
but an
leave the
elderly voice on the
cockpit.
other side responds to your knocking, simply saying,
I warn you, I'm armed.
I say, good. One like you should probably have weapons on hand in a world like this. Never too safe.
What do you want?
Mostly conversation, perhaps a job or two.
there's like a few beats of silence before you hear a definitive beep and the door rolls all the way up.
Wade
As you
walks in
see-
first.
As you see, genuinely what looks to be an elderly Kaldorian. He's got quite a few scars all along his face with bits of flesh just missing. And his mask certainly seems like it's seen a lot of wear and tear. He walks with a slight hunch and he makes his way back. And as you walk through the door,
Just shut it when you walk in, would you?
I nod, and Wade, you can walk in first, and I will.
he turns after the door shuts and the two of you walk in facing both of you, looking slightly annoyed. And he crosses his arms and just looks at both of you, expecting the two of you to speak. He very openly is brandishing a blaster pistol in his left hand.
I'm not going to talk immediately. I don't know if Varen would. I do want to look about the shop and see what kind of things he has here, if they do look like.
Perception check
Yeah.
against.
Yeah, Varen was going to do the same. To kind of take
Yeah,
a,
you're both welcome to make perception checks. Against, we'll say 2. It's not hard to realize you're surrounded by old things. It's just if you see anything of note or value.
Would that be perception, or would that be like a lore, or?
Man, that could be both. I'd allow both, honestly, in this situation where things are kind of being taken in. You may roll whatever you wish, but both will. Lore will be also against a 2.
Okay.
Sweet. Same difficulty no matter what. Ouch.
Unfortunate.
That seems to be my
Rasa-
theme tonight.
It's obvious that whatever he has here is, at least to some degree, honest. Because what you see sitting over in a corner, forgotten with piled under a bunch of other stuff, it seems to be a Catharian tech of some sort, old tech, but distinctly Cathari in its architecture.
Okay. I will walk over directly towards it.
He watches but says nothing.
When I see the device, I'm gonna start moving my hand towards I'm gonna touch it, but then I'm gonna look at him, keeping my hand hovered in the air, and say, "May I?"
It belonged to one of you at some point.
I will nod and pick it up and start kind of fiddling with it in my hands. What does it look like?
It looks like a very thin, fine dagger, a blade of some sort, ceremonial perhaps. Its hilt itself is it's a golden in color, and the etchings along the side of it are ornate and not orchestral. What's the word I'm looking for? Oriental's not like the right word, but along those lines, in the way that just the artistry down the hilt is presented. The blade itself is about 6 inches in length, and just the tip is just curved just a touch. And when you press your finger against the blade, it is still just as sharp as it was perhaps when it was first made.
Can I make a check to see what kind of ceremonies you're a part of, or is it
not you important? Could make a check, but you're not entirely sure. This would be, I guess, this would be a lore check. Mm-hmm. Against, I'd say 4 purple.
Sure. I won't. I'm actually going to use my once a session ability to re-roll my knowledge check. So I'm going to roll again. Okay. So right. More or less
a lot of advantage.
Yep.
While you're not entirely sure what its original purpose necessarily was, for how small and fine it is, this is probably something that warriors used before going into battle. Mm-hmm. There was a lot of talk of Catharian warriors back in the day nicking themselves and doing something with their blood before going into battle.
Okay. So I look at it and I say, I imagine that things like this are for sale during your normal business hours. I will say that I'm interested. And I put it back down. But okay. More importantly, I'm interested that you are a real deal. You have things of the past. The reason why we wanted to speak to you is because we also have things of the past, and we are looking for perhaps parts to repair broken areas, maybe identify a few things, or even devices to help with the interface. And if you have the skill to repair as well, that could be helpful.
He takes a moment and genuinely shows interest as you speak, but before he says anything, he just lets his gaze drift over to Varen and to see if this silent person is going to say any words or not. Does Varen speak at all?
We kind of let everything that's been said wash over, but it wouldn't really acknowledge it, and he would just ask, a Deveronian we encountered possessed a small tube.
Good with his hands.
This tube had the markings of the Sith Empire. Did you give that to him?
I did. What of it?
Do you have anything else with that marking?
Not to my immediate knowledge, but it's possible.
How did you acquire that?
I come across things when I trade.
Very well.
People use me. I make a buck off of them. But that kid, the Veronian that you ran into, if he's who I'm thinking, is good. Good blood.
Good.
I can look at whatever you need. My time isn't free, though.
We are perhaps a bit light on credits at the moment.
We can make a trade. If you have something of value on that ship, or age.
We can provide you either with knowledge, or as muscle.
What is this ship? How old are we talking?
It is
older than you, old man.
I think for a moment before I respond, but then I'm just like, it's out there. Somebody could just see it. Fury class interceptor.
Perception checks.
DC.
Average difficulty.
Okay.
I really wish one of us was good at this.
Hey, it hurts,
Hey.
but I succeed.
Yeah, we haven't done any like post-encounter cooldown, so my stress is really piling up.
No. It's been days. You hard reset.
Yeah, scenes reset you.
Nah.
So you
My
should have been clean. Yeah, you got one. You got one. Success.
Mike, strain or otherwise.
Just take strain.
Okay, go ahead.
What you notice when you spout the class of the ship that you have, there's genuine movement in his brow to instigate whether you're not sure, a surprise, or some other emotion, but there's certain look of recognition that you can read off of him.
Okay. You know this ship.
I haven't actually seen one. Read about him.
I read about them. Where do you find such knowledge?
No. I've heard about them.
No, of course. Okay. Then, this trade, you know that there is much on this ship that we probably do not want to part with. However, you're welcome to come aboard and see if there's something that catches your eye. I say, looking to Varen to make sure that I'm not overstepping any boundaries.
Not everything is for trade, you understand, but you are welcome to come aboard, and we can work something out.
Well, if you want me to work on this ship, I'm going to need access to its computer systems. If there's anything of value on there, I could take a copy or duplicate for myself. Record keeping and all.
Do you have devices for the interface with these systems, or can we just simply do them with the devices that we already have?
Something that old, I'm not sure. We could do something with current technology, but it would be a bit more difficult. If I have some sort of older computer or data pad module, something, we'll see if we can get it, but our current tech should serve.
Honestly, there could even be one of those on the vessel itself. I did not investigate for it. I honestly did not think of it.
That might make our life easier then. I'll take a look and see if I can help.
When do you think you might be available?
That was my question to you. When do you need me?
I look to Varen.
We're heading back to the ship now if you'd like to accompany us.
He sighs and looks around, stretches his back up a bit.
I wouldn't mind laying my eyes on it tonight, Nefad. Maybe just get a good look.
Would you like some assistance here first? Looking at all the boxes he was trying to drag around.
Looking around and seemingly surprised, he actually will he will actually nod and with an appreciative tone, thank you for your offer, and actually point at a few things and be like, you can put that there, that needs to go up there, and basically gives you the higher reaching, heavier boxes if you're willing to help.
It's a brawn of 3. I think my character's strong enough to probably handle most of these boxes.
Oh yeah, absolutely. They're not any rolls you have to make or anything. You just spend a bit of time helping him out.
Same. I'll help him about. I won't lie. While my character is certainly not lazy and is certainly not scrawny, at the same time, he's also more interested in the things that are in the shop than the task itself. And so I'll
Well,
probably
if
be a
that's the
bit
thing while
distracted.
moving the boxes, I figure it'd make a lot of easier perception checks if we see anything that catches our eyes.
Yeah, I definitely would be looking around at other stuff more
So
than.
giving it another go. You're welcome to make me another perception check, but this time at a 1 lower difficulty.
What was it last time?
It was just 2, I think.
Yeah.
So against a 1. Oh no, I did lore last time. So is it still just a 1? Or
Oh
There's 2
yeah,
difficulty either way.
yeah. That's right. It was a 2 last time, so it's gonna be a 1. It's still gonna be a 1.
okay, so I'm gonna do lore again. Okay.
I'm never gonna see anything, but I will take that heal of strain.
You're just blind as a bat.
Okay.
Can I roll perception from way over here?
You
You
probably
see-
have a better chance
yeah,
of
you're just like you're
succeeding than I
looking
do.
through your visor for anything useful. All I can really say for Krasa is that there's definitely things of value here. Specifically, what would Krasa be looking for specifically? Would he be looking for weapon type things? Would he be looking more for like just like histories or knowledge?
It's actually very specifically things pertaining to, so like that first dagger that I saw is already the Motherlode jackpot because it's Cathar, and the reason why I'm less interested in helping and more interested in looking is because he has a thing of the Cathar. If I could find anything else, that would be.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
While you do come across things that intrigue you, and he does have you mostly sorting a lot of files. And when he said that, for record keeping purposes, you realize he might not actually be lying with that, how much he keeps here. There's nothing else Catharian that comes forward.
Gotcha. Okay.
That is the only Catharian thing he has.
Okay. So then, after we actually are kind of like finished up or whatever, before we leave the place, I don't know if Wade's going to say anything as well, but I do at one point want to ask him, out of curiosity, how much would you be willing to part with that for? Like gesturing to the dagger.
Price.
He actually lets that question linger in the air as he looks forward. He doesn't actually look over to you while you guys are walking. He actually just responds,
Each thing's valuable to different people. It depends on the individual. Something like that. Well, I don't think I've actually met anybody of your kind before.
and he just kind of leaves it at that, not really answering the question.
That means it's free.
Yeah, that's
It's
how it
yours.
what that means is, somebody willing to pay top dollar. All right.
Yeah, that's a capitalist line if I ever heard one.
Yep, and I am definitely low on the negotiation chart, so I contemplate it, thinking.
Yeah, you think, and then you kinda
Try.
lets it
Just
linger.
try. Just try. See what happens. What if you get 2 successes?
I kill him with it and walk away.
Yeah, he just slit his throat. It's yours.
No, I'm just,
We're gonna actually,
keep
as
that
you,
kill.
the three of you are now walking back toward the ship from take a look. The camera's actually gonna pull away and take down a side alley and a decent distance away as buildings blur by and people zoom around. You can hear distant chatter become close chatter and then distant again until eventually we slow and we find ourselves with a familiar Mandalorian standing in front of a very decently sized warehouse. Certainly small for a warehouse's sake, but double doors that would open wide and a decent depth and length that go inside. That is currently locked with a code and a padlock, or rather a code pad off to the left-hand side.
Check the cameras. Check the security footage. See if you can find Cora getting plowed by some Force user. No, different warehouse.
Different warehouse.
Because it was on Tatooine, and it was
It was on
Eisley.
Tatooine. It's unfortunately
It was
correct.
Mos
but
Eisley.
Was it in Mos Eisley? I thought it was their camp.
Future.
Oh God.
It was Mos Eisley.
And
That was a
Bato.
long time from now in the
Yeah,
same
exactly.
galaxy.
A long time from now in a galaxy right where we are right now. But Bato stands there. Would you have done anything when you arrived? As you arrived, this was relatively
Can you give
quiet.
me-
You're actually in a small row. Like every building here is warehouse, a storage of some sort.
Is there anything behind this? Can you give me a bit better description of the warehouse? Is it
It
like
is rather
against
bland.
Is it against another warehouse? Is it part of one? Is it its own standing one?
It's its own standing rectangular warehouse that goes back maybe, I don't know, 50, 100 feet or something along those lines.
Can I walk completely around it?
You can walk completely around it. It is not attached to any walls, but there are other buildings, like other warehouses next to it and behind it. You're in a section of the city that seems to be dedicated to storage of some sort.
Okay. Are there any? Would I have to roll perception to see if anybody else is wandering the streets? There's
You've
probably
been here,
them.
when you arrived, there was other people that meandered in. Not a lot. People bringing in their business on little skiffs and hovercraft to put their stuff away. There are other guards and a smattering different warehouses. Not every warehouse has a guard, and it seems to be the nicest ones, the ones that are most well kept, that tend to have security, including the one that you currently have. While it's not, like I said, huge by any measure, it's also not chipping away or breaking apart. Or it's well maintained. The majority of the storage units out in this area, though, are kind of run down and forgotten or neglected. But the nearest one that has other bodyguards or guards near it are not on this particular row, and nowhere that, as far as when you did your initial scouting, were anywhere in a threatening range if you had to worry about that.
Is there any noticeable naming on the warehouses, or is it just plain?
Nope, it is labeled by row and number. It is just completely functional, and
Okay.
that's about it.
Is there any other breach points that I would have to worry about? Any bay docking doors, or is it just
There
the
is-
one
there-
door I'm protecting?
There is an area for ships to come and land, but things will get brought from the warehouses to that landing area to the ship. So there's no like docking ports nearby. As far as like maybe like a garage for skiffs or anything like that, nowhere to park them. You'd have to park them like off on the side on the
next
street.
to the thing, and then
Yep.
go through the door that I am in
Yeah,
front
that
of.
you are currently in front of.
So there is one way in,
one way in,
out.
one way out.
From
of these
what I can investigate.
Yep, from everything that you've seen from here. You're welcome, however, to go ahead and make me a warfare check at 2 difficulty. This is a pretty simple grid layout of the area, so it's not too hard for you to kind of place things.
Damn it.
It's all right. While everything you know is what you know, no other further benefits do you derive from kind of locking this place down in the way that you have. Because warfare one of the things it can do is it can provide you blue dice in combat encounters in an area if you roll well enough.
Okay. Is it well lit on my row,
No,
or is it?
no,
as-
it's not well lit. It's not. There's lights, so you would call it like low level, like dim lighting at best.
Okay.
It's not.
I'm
one of
not
those.
worried because I can see heat signatures anyway.
Exactly.
I don't want people to see me.
Yeah.
Well,
exactly.
maybe I do, because it would.
So you're welcome
Or
as well to
intimidation.
go ahead and make me a stealth check to just kind of how because you're going to stand really close to the door, or are you going to stand somewhere distance from the warehouse and watch it from afar?
I'd probably just be patrolling.
Okay.
So I assume that would
And you want
be
to try and
what
stay
the
out
other.
of sight?
I don't know. I can see the other guards pretty pure
There's
as
none,
day,
there's none near you, is what I'm saying. Like you saw
But
them
I-
coming
but
into this
me-
area.
but they were pretty noticeably on guard. Correct.
Yeah, but keep in mind too, it's like mercs. Like some look well armed and well trained, others just look like a bunch of ragamuffins ripped off the street and handed a couple pistols and some credits to watch it. So each security, quote unquote, is going to be different.
Yeah, I guess I'll roll a stealth.
Sure. That is going to be against a 2 difficulty.
Okay.
Well, you're not necessarily, out wide in the open. In order to keep yourself at a good angle, you have to keep yourself in vulnerable positions every so often. You can't stay hidden to the best, as much as you'd
That's
like
fine.
to be able to.
Could I, with both of those, can I heal a strain and give myself a next blue die on the next roll? Or is it one?
Technically, yes.
Okay. I'll do that.
Can I get from you, as the night
whoever
goes on
rolls
and you make your patrols and you've kind of got your patrol set, I would like a perception check from you against 3 purple die.
That's the one you get your blue on.
Yep.
Am I trying to see somebody?
He'll tell you once you roll. Generally, these
Okay.
are like, we don't get information unless we succeed.
Take that as strain. As you're doing your patrol, and the way we see Bato kind of going is a ground patrol and then likely a roof patrol. There's a small building you can get up top of and get a good view from everything up there and kind of watch before going back to ground level and doing another loop. And at one of these times where he's made his way onto the roof of the of one of the warehouses in the nearby area, and we see him flip up, just does a normal look before flipping to heat vision. Eventually, when he flips to heat vision, Bato, what you see in the distance is a blur of figures. You're not sure how many. They're too far away and their heat signatures kind of mesh together, but they're on the main road and they seem to be heading this way. A bunch of at least 2, could be upwards of 5 or more. You're not sure. Less than 10 though.
Okay. Am
What would
I
you
on
do?
the? Did you say I'm on top of the roof of
Is
another
when you're on
building
top
that's
of
not
the roof. That is
of
next
the of
to.
the is next to?
Yep.
I'd probably wait to see if they approach my building,
You wait some time and you watch.
but I would stow my rifle.
Would you try and lay flat and get and try and stealth check again?
Yeah.
Or would you
yeah,
be
sure.
standing there and not? Okay, go ahead and make
Well, I
me that.
mean, yeah, I'd probably get low and kind of just have my gun aimed.
Trained. Okay.
Yeah.
Wait for them to get close enough where you can see.
Yeah.
how
Am I
many.
still going against the 3?
Yep, you're still going against 3 because you're standing on top of the roof. Okay, and so you lay down. And to the best of your knowledge, your armor and the dim lighting is not shining in any way, and you're rather hidden by the shadows cast by other buildings. They do continue to walk this way, however. They do not seem to be stopping, and they get close enough where you can see there are 5 of them, and they're making their way over to this building.
What seems to be my building?
And they're at least making their way over in your direction. The closer they get, do you wait until they're at least within visible distance where you can see some details on them?
Yeah, about how far of a run or climb would you say is?
I'd say
For me to get to
basically
the
if we're
door.
talking mechanics, they're within medium range of you right now.
Yeah, I would wait. I would
alright.
start making my way down to the door.
Okay. You start climbing your way down, and as you wheel yourself around the corner, and you can see them now kind of in shadowed light at this point as they make their way from medium to short range. It seems to be a ragtag group of people. 2 humans, a Durian, and a couple of Twi'leks. There we go. And they are in just kind of boring civilian attire. 2 of them have a pistol strapped to their outer thigh that they're not hiding it. But they're having very quiet chatter. They're not laughing or anything. And they are approaching. Do you step out openly into the middle of the road so that they could see you?
No, I'd probably stay closer to like the on top. How I imagine it, I'm kind of like elevated a bit on like a dock almost towards or stairs that lead to storage unit.
Okay. Can you make me a perception check as they get close?
Yeah. What am I rolling against?
2. Okay. You hear them chattering, but don't really hear any specific details. Murmured voices and nothing more.
Could I use one of those advantages for a blue on my next?
Yep.
And the strain.
You go right ahead and heal that strain. Pass yourself a blue.
Um,
Eventually, the chattering comes to an abrupt stop after you let them pass. And so does the movement as the feet against the dirt ground all stop and kind of grind against the loose rock. And it seems to have stopped in front of the warehouse you're supposed to be protecting. There's not much talk before all of a sudden you start hearing loud thudding against metal before what sounds like the shattering of the pad off to the left that keeps it locked. What do you do?
I was standing in front of that door.
I thought you said you were off to the elevated above.
I wanted
on a
to stand
ledge.
kind of right in front of that door.
Oh, so you got down from the ledge and worked your way up front?
Yeah, no, I wanted to be like right in front of the door. How I thought it was kind of like elevated to a point where stairs that lead to the door, the keypad. I wanted to be standing kind of like patrolling. I wanted to get off the roof and start
Miscommunication.
patrolling right in front of the door.
Miscommunication. That's fine.
My
So they would see you as they approached, basically.
Yeah. I
patrolling.
wanted to be purely visible, me just holding my rifle.
Well, the perception check still counts because you would have been listening before they approached you.
Would that have changed? Would I have heard what they were talking about?
No, you still failed the perception
Okay.
roll, so it's not
That's
a big deal. But they would have stopped short as you came into view as you've got your rifle out and you're doing your patrol. The human guy looks like he's maybe in his early 20s, steps forward and looks to you, looking to the warehouse and looking back to you. This the one you guarding tonight?
Yeah.
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 How much you paying you?
Oh, I want to answer this. I would just grumble enough.
No. What if I could pay you more to look the other way?
I would kind of like straighten up a little bit. What are you offering?
I don't know what my competition is right now. Do you know what he's got in there?
I would kind of like not fully take my my gaze off of them, but just kind of look back towards. No, but I am curious. Do you know what he's got in there?
I do.
I would just wait until he talks again. Kind of just pressing him on what's in there.
Well, I don't want to spoil the surprise before I know whether you're going to be helping me out or being in our way.
It all depends on how much force needs to be used today.
Mm.
Night, whatever.
None, ideally, other than opening that door forcefully.
Hmm.
Are you a big
Think-
fan of slaves, friend?
My stature would immediately change. And no. His very deep, angry voice, no.
Well, then maybe we can work together. See, in that warehouse, he's got my buddy. Plans on selling him off.
Are they the other group of men that are the other four, are they plainly human? Or are they
No, it's
different-
one's a Dorian and two are
Alright.
Twi'lek, and one
Okay.
other is a human.
the one that's talking to me is human?
Yep, the one's talking to you is human.
Hmm.
Technically, he ain't doing anything illegal. I mean, we would be the ones doing something illegal by breaking him out. This is Tatooine. Lay my cards on the table. But you'd be
I would,
a hero. And he
I'd
kind of
kind
says
of-
that to you with a smirk.
I need be no hero. But coin talks a lot louder.
He turns around. He's like, we'll see what we can pull together. Just give me a second. And he walks over to the group and starts like talking to all five of them as they kind of pull together
Can
and
I-
start chatting.
Can I kind of back towards the
The warehouse?
yeah, can I
Yep.
does my visor see through that?
You do not pick up any heat signatures, but if you would like to try, basically give me a perception check against 3 purples.
Okay.
Seeing through a building is difficult to find the right.
Right. I am rolling with the blue because my last
Yep.
thing.
yep. You can't get through. You can't get through the wall. Can't find the right frequency. Eventually, they finish their chatter, and the human male comes back up. All right. Well, we can pool our resources together, and we can get you 200 credits.
I'm just gonna shake my head. It's not enough. He's paying me about 10 times that amount.
And he's also paying you to watch over somebody who's about to be sold into slavery.
Paying me nonetheless.
You really just gonna go ahead and be okay with that?
No. But I need the credits. I could take your word. I could take his word as long as I get paid at the end of the day.
He puts up his hands. Blast open the door and check for yourselves. See if I'm telling you something wrong. What if I'm not? What if I'm telling the truth? What if what you see in there is exactly what I'm telling you is in there?
Don't do it, man. Don't do it. You could lose all the money just on the. Don't do it, man.
I would still disagree. I would just shake my head. And
He sighs and his head kind of dips forward a bit. And you see him quickly reach forward, reach to his side and pull out a knife. The rest, the 2 with their pistols, pull their pistols, and the other 3 pull their knives as well. Or the other 2 pull their knives as well. And they all get to move on you. So let's get initiative. It's just going to be my initiative versus yours.
Is it cool or vigilance?
That's a good question. I think it'll be. I think you have cooled. I think you were kind of prepared for this.
I am holding my rifle.
You guys don't have to roll against
Yeah, no difficulty. That was my own dummy mistake.
Am I just rolling a straight cool?
Yep, you're just rolling a straight cool. Ugh.
You said they're in short range to me?
Let's get the Yeah, they're all well. One's an engaged and 4 are at short range.
Okay.
I'm just trying to
Um,
find the initiative tracker. There it is. Bato, why aren't you on the initiative?
Oh no.
He might have clicked cool under skills instead of combat cool.
Oh, I did.
Yeah.
Do you want me to re-roll?
Yeah, re-roll.
That is my bad.
It's all good. Okay, you're going first either way. So before you got the guy who just pulled a knife who tried to talk you into helping him, and behind him, a few of his friends that are doing similar things. Looking like no is not on the menu tonight for him. What do? You act first.
I actually didn't want to end the conversation there. I was just gonna tell him if he brought me more money in a couple of hours, within like 4 hours, I would reconsider.
Do you say that as they've all pulled their weapons?
Yeah,
Is
I
that
would
what
aim
you
my
do?
blaster rifle right at the guy that's right in front of me.
He literally, his response to you is, "We ain't got no more money, friend. That's all we have."
I would pull the trigger.
So firing and engaged inflicts a +1 to the difficulty, doesn't it?
It's a heavy.
+2. Yep. So you're gonna be rolling against 4 purple. I will use a dark side point, and I will upgrade the difficulty.
Or sounds like a log. I don't know.
Someone in chat said Daleric is muted.
I don't know.
Oh, sorry. I kept myself so you wouldn't have to hear me clickety clapping on my keyboard. Yeah,
Make me that against a 3 purple and a red.
I
For
think,
me to use true aim, do I have to like activate that by some
yeah,
way,
you just
or
say
is that
just say I spend a maneuver to aim. So you do that right
That's
now.
it.
Well, I would have done true aim as I guess.
Yeah. You would have
Confronted
counted
him
your
with that.
maneuver.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, you still have your maneuver.
So +1.
Okay.
So +1 blue die, and give yourself an upgrade because you have 1 rank of true aim, right?
Right.
Correct. Cool. And so your maneuver is aim, and then your action is fire.
Okay. And then you said I'm going against 3 purple.
3 purple and a red.
Because you use a dark side point.
Yep.
Cool. Good.
Gives you 2.
Fuck.
You level the rifle at
you
him.
rolled garbage.
Yeah, you level the
Yeah.
rifle at him, and you say, "Oh, you got 4 hours. You can bring me more money." And when he says that's all he's got, he rushes you, almost catches you by surprise. And as you go to pull the trigger, it's a split second too late as he just knocks the gun to the side, and the blaster shot echoes through, through the sky, typical, and it kind of flies out into the sky past them. Blaster shots in Mos Eisley are very common. Nobody's gonna come running for this. Then he tries to shank you. While they basically what ends up happening is 3 more rush forward, and then 2 start firing in all as a group, and then they kind of just roll as one.
Okay.
Minions. These are just nobodies.
Also, I don't get I need to add the blaster that we all got. I don't have the regular small blaster
Oh.
on my sheet.
Yeah, you just keep using what you have. We can fix it afterwards.
Okay. Well, no, because was it Mike said that they were light blasters.
Yeah.
I need to put difficulty. Hang on, that's
I'll have to add it to your sheet for you. I didn't add one.
I
to
can
my
do it.
sheet.
I just need to know all the stuff to it.
Yeah, I have to look it up. Because I don't have a book with me.
I take a damage.
'Cause I only have a heavy blaster pistol usually on me.
So what happens is 3 of them, the blaster shots are going off and they're hitting your armor, tinking off your armor, not really doing any damage, but it gives them enough time as you got caught by surprise for the other 2 to rush forward. So 3 of them are around you. 2 have knives. One's just trying to grapple you and hold you still. So as one rushes in, actually does nick you on the side, doing just 2 points of damage through your armor. Do you have any soak? What's your soak?
4.
Fuck, it doesn't do anything. So he just chinks with
Or
your
I
armor,
just take off 2.
sparks fly. You take no damage whatsoever. But they're trying to desperately stab at you and surround you.
Okay. Do I take off soak off my total or?
You just means you take no damage.
Oh, cool.
I only rolled 1 success. I didn't get to roll any additional on top of that.
So like in this scenario where I wanted to pull out my blaster because that would have been much better to use instead of the rifle that I have.
You just drop your rifle and with a maneuver pull your blaster pistol.
Yeah. I don't know how to roll with. Do I just roll the same with the same damage as the blaster?
Oh god.
Or is my
no.
blaster
No,
rifle? I was gonna say
no. Oh,
I think it'd be much different.
yeah, no, you're not gonna do as much damage. Let me get the pistol. Unless Scott knows off the top of your head. Do you know what a light blaster pistol does base damage wise?
Yeah, I do actually.
Probably 3 or 4.
It's actually 5.
Oh, it's that high. It's 5.
What's the crit rating?
3. I'm almost positive on both those fronts. I'll look it up for
Oh,
you.
what
Also, Mike,
encumbrance
you rolled 1 success. What's this guy's brawn?
1.
And what kind of weapon is he using?
A knife, which is why I just added 1 damage.
People are
plus
saying
1.
normal
Okay, so
blaster
yeah.
is 6.
I'm gonna look it up because if it's a light blaster pistol, it might be 5. I'm gonna look it up right now. Either way.
Okay.
So, because you make your attack roll, and we can adjust as we go.
Now you're rolling against, I think, 3 purples. Is that right?
Oh yeah, with his blaster pistol, he'll be rolling against 3 purples. Yes. Normal
Oh,
blaster 6,
You know what?
holdouts are 5,
holdouts
heavy
are
are 7.
5s. That's why. Because I usually, if I don't have a heavy, I have a holdout usually.
Yeah.
That's why.
So it'll be 6 then. Base 6 damage. So that's 3 less. That's not bad.
I don't know the encumbrance and all that stuff, but I'll just.
That doesn't important right now.
Yeah. Just do the
Crit rating's
damage.
3, damage is 6.
No, damage is 5 for a light blaster pistol. I'm literally
You
looking.
said a
at the
holdout
rules.
was 5. You said a regular was 6.
I'm looking right now on the index.
So
unless
it's
that's
5.
wrong.
Light is 5. Okay, then it's 5, not 6.
Okay.
Sweet.
Yeah, I
Once you
guess
got
I would
that all
just.
set up. Go ahead and
Holdout,
fire
I guess I would
away.
just-
holdout's also 5.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
They're probably
Okay, so-
different crit ratings or something.
Yeah, I
was
would just-
right and you were wrong. Doo-da, doo-da.
Would I have time to true aim? Does I just whip it out, kind of a thing? Does that have
Well, you
this whole
drew
sp-
your weapon instead.
Is that my
so-
maneuver?
Yeah, that'll
Okay.
be your maneuver.
Okay. Yeah, I would just aim and take shot. I guess not
Okay.
aiming, but I would shoot
Yeah,
at
just you
the
drop
closest
your weapon quickly in the melee combat.
can
You
I-
quickly pull your blaster pistol.
and just against.
You
Three
could
purple, you said?
you could take 2 strain and aim if you want to give yourself 2 strain.
Yeah, sure.
You can do that.
And that gives me a blue, right?
Blue and an upgrade with your true aim.
Okay, cool. Fucking damn it.
Damn, that is unfortunate. Again, they're just all on top of you at this point, desperate to stop you, and it's hard to get anything off. Your weakness is melee.
Why is your...
You have light side points too. Don't be afraid to use them if you want to.
Why do you only have 1 green and 1 yellow?
I don't know. I'm using just a random blaster pistol
No,
thing that I just made.
It's still based off of your skill.
Ranged light. Yeah.
Yeah, what-
You would use ranged light skill.
What's the skill that you use with this?
I'm imagining it's ranged light.
Oh wait, that skill was brawl. That's why.
Yeah, can you reroll?
Oh,
Would that
yep.
be
Okay,
correct?
so reroll.
As I say, my ranged light is a lot better than that. I apologize.
Yep.
That's why I thought that was a weird... dice
Yeah.
pool.
Does that look better?
2, 1, 2.
It's still not a
1, 2,
success.
3. Yeah, it's still not a success.
But you can do
unfortunately.
some pretty amazing stuff with that.
Yeah.
also,
So there's a list.
also, just so you know, your encumbrance is 1, your HP is 2, which also go on that little chart that you made. But your crit is 4, not 3. So I was wrong about crit. Yeah, look at your chart on Roll20, sir, on how you could spend all of that. Because you can do 2 pretty amazing things, like make them drop their weapon and poopy themselves.
Yeah, I was thinking about dropping the weapon.
You can literally disable an opponent or a piece of gear by spending 3 advantage.
Or you can add difficulty to the next check. So more or less, add 1 difficulty to attacking you. So you can do both of those. Disable whatever
What does disable mean? They just don't get a turn?
a piece of their gear. So let's say you shot somebody's.
Or it says disable opponent or a piece of gear. So what does disabling an opponent do? Knock them prone?
I'd have to look up what disabled does, but if you do gear, it'd be like a jetpack, you know. Something like
Yeah,
that.
but it says or.
Oh, I can't like shoot the gun and then like that totally destroys the gun.
Yeah, you know what you should do just to make sure you don't get injured? Gain +1 defense and give them a
Range
+1
defense.
Yeah, and give them an additional purple on the next attack. Like make it really hard for them to hit you.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay.
So I was
what are you
looking
doing,
at the-
sorry? You're gonna give me an
Uh,
extra purple to hit you.
and increases defense by 1, which means you roll a black.
Well, I
die
have
as
to
well.
choose.
Okay, purple and a black on
yeah.
the next attack. Got it.
Gives you triumph
He's-
and 3.
Okay. Yep. He's not gonna have a good time here.
Then he rolls crit.
I don't know about that. All right, here we go. His dice was wrong for the last one. I was giving him too much. Here's what he actually rolls for his melee. Oh God!
Take 2
And he
strain,
takes 2
baby.
more damage. So much like last time, they're all like ganging around you and trying to get attacks off on you. And while you're missing your blaster shots, anytime they come at you, you're throwing knees and elbows. You're colliding with their faces and hitting them in the gut. These stain they take as damage, so they're representative of you fighting back. Goes to you.
Quick question, because I don't know if this mattered or not. What range is a light blaster?
It's
That's
it's
should be
short,
short, right?
which means you can shoot short or engage.
I had mine set to engage, but I don't think that would have
It
mattered.
does
No,
not.
I don't think it would have done anything.
That's just maximum range.
Can I move one? I'm just assuming this is me.
Can we ever figure out attacks of opportunity?
Don't worry about the rings over there. Just kind of think, can I move back? And
I know. I just wanted to move back to short to make them. 'Cause then they wouldn't be engaged.
You want to
they'd be
put the
short.
others from short to medium and put him from engaged to short, right?
Yes.
he could do the whole. You could back. I would wait until your next turn so you can back up then shoot. Which it is your next turn, right? So you
It is
back
his
up,
turn
shoot.
right
It is
now.
my next. This is my turn. That's what I want to do. Is I wanted to kind of sidestep and just aim.
You can do that,
Shoot.
but to both sidestep and to aim, that's 2 maneuvers.
Not to aim, but like sidestep and shoot.
Okay. And
sorry.
if you also wanted to true aim, though, you'd have to burn 2 strain to do it, which is fine. But you have to burn 2 strain to back up and aim and shoot, which I think is a great idea for you to do all 3 of those things at once and take.
Isn't
Yeah, I
there
was-
attacks of opportunity though?
No,
Do we ever figure
no,
that
there's,
out?
No.
there's not.
Not in this game.
Nope.
Then why is there? I swear there's
Because
an ability
there are
that makes you
certain
disadvantage.
abilities that give you benefits, but there is no baseline attack opportunity that exists in this game. That's a Dungeons and Dragons thing.
Yes, I'll do that. I'll kind of do a sidestep and true aim with
Okay.
two strain, and
Pop a shot.
yeah, pop a shot with my blaster pistol again.
Bring it down to 2 purples instead of just the 1. Or bring it down to the 1 purple, right?
Is it 1 purple?
For short range is 1 purple.
Yep, it is.
Yep. So you
And I
go
get
from
the- and I
that's
get the
why
blue and the
engaged is
upgrade?
bad. And what?
And I get a blue and an upgrade still for true aim.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
You gained the strain, so you're still gonna get the blue and the upgrade.
all that. Yep.
There you go.
Holy
Okay, there it took 3.
That's
Wow, that's a critical.
It's only 1 critical though because the blaster pistol is 4, so it's a critical plus 2 leftover advantage, which you can gain back your strain for that.
I was gonna say, can I get my?
Cool.
Is it 1 strain or 2 strain?
2.
You gain back
Two?
2 strain, yeah.
Okay, cool. So I got
Four,
back the
so
2
yeah.
strain that I got.
Let me roll what critical hit you did onto this crew here.
Sorry for everybody at home watching. I'm very noob.
No.
I just want to talk it all out as I do it.
A lot of people like hearing this because the system's complicated, and so it's fun to learn. And it's just to go along with, I can't remember who said it in chat, light blaster pistol is range medium, not short. Okay,
Yep.
It is
So-
range medium.
correct. And crit 4. Go ahead, Mike.
So I just rolled the increased difficulty of the next check by 1 difficulty die.
Cool.
As their next roll. So what we see is Bato, just trying to fight these guys off for a good few seconds before eventually he rears back his right leg and just throws his boot into the chest of one of them, knocking him back. You then quickly loosen up both of your arms and elbow the other 2 in the sides of their head, being able to loosen their grip from them, giving you the opportunity to break from their grip, sidestepping, taking out your pistol, and with 2 quick shots, just blang, blang, 2 of them just drop dead. Boom, boom.
Blang.
Blang, blang. Blang, blang.
Fuck.
And 2 bodies crumple to the ground while the other 3 start to charge you and try and come at you from there. They try to attack. Up a difficulty die. So they spend a maneuver going from short back to engaged. So they're now engaged with you again. And they're hopefully going to hit you, but they have to roll against a higher difficulty. Combat.
Toss a coin to your Mendo.
Dang it. Oh, God damn it. Goes to you. I got him beef up. Well, maybe not.
I'm gonna do the exact same thing again.
Okay, yep. You take 2 strain again. What's your strain up to?
I'm down to 3. I'm working my way down.
Oh, so you got
I know
3
I do it
left.
backwards. Yeah, I'm back.
Okay. Well, we burned through a lot of strain.
Well, he burnt
Well,
you
I
and brought
didn't-
him back, which is nice.
Well, I don't remember how much I had prior to the cantina, so I started this whole thing
0.
at 10.
You should have been at 0 strain missing walking in.
Well, I know,
Well,
but I didn't
max
remember how
10.
much.
Oh,
Yeah. Well, no,
And
my
then you
max
worked
is
down.
13.
Okay, so you walked in three less.
Yeah, so I don't know if I should be
All right,
6
well, you went
or
through
3.
a lot of strain. That's fine.
But regardless, I'm keeping track now.
Yeah. Okay. Keep going. So you can take your shot after you burn 2 more strain.
Yeah, so I'm gonna get up. Blue die is, and I'm going against a 1 again.
Yeah, because you put yourself in short range. Oh my god.
I think they're dead.
No,
And-
they are
and-
done. And very
And as
quickly,
I aim, I'm just gonna say you should have paid.
11
And-
damage. Jesus.
and
fuck.
just like that, all 3.
With-
boom, boom,
With the
boom.
advantage, can I? Would my strain reset after this, or
And the scene is over. It's scene to scene, is it not?
take
Scott?
the strain back after the scene's over. He
Yeah.
makes a
that's what
check.
I'm saying? Can I get the 2 strain back for my
Yes,
advantage?
yes, absolutely. And these 5 bodies now crumpled to the ground, smoke billowing from their chests from the blaster shots where they were, and not much of a penny to them. The night will go by rather peacefully.
Oh no, oh, I'm not done. Can I
Okay.
search their bodies for the credits that they said that they had?
Oh, you do.
That's-
You are able to get the 200 credits off the body that they did say that they had.
And they're used.
can I take-
equipment.
This is literally an
As
example
in-
of dark side paying off.
I'm legit just gonna take what they were attacking me with, and any.
Not
I mean,
much.
would
Couple
that be
of really
uh,
like shanky, rusty knives and a couple of really badly
blast- I
damaged
wouldn't even
pistols.
taken the knives. I would have just taken the blasters.
And they're
I
in
could sell
bad
that
condition.
for a couple credits.
Yeah, maybe a couple. And on that, we'll take our last break, and we'll come back.
We'll be back or not.
That was like classic dark side move. Hello, everybody, and welcome back.
Oh, come on. You could have started.
Initiative show, Star Wars Forgotten Legend, hour 4 of week 2. Everybody excited?
Don't thumbs down me. How dare you?
Hey, all interactions matter.
Just for that, you lose a light side.
We never have any to begin with.
Excuse me, I roll them.
I don't have to.
That's true. Yeah, if somebody does it, you don't have to. Getting back into the game. Bato, the rest of the night goes by rather uneventfully. Do you just let the bodies sit there, or do you do anything with them?
They're nearby dumpster.
Yeah, there's a nearby dumpster.
Probably trash
Dumpster
them.
droid.
Kind of just dumpster droid. I probably wouldn't have them on the premises. I'd kind of try to put them in between.
Put them in
It's-
between some buildings.
No. I would put them on display for the guy when he got here, so he could see who tried to break into his house.
Like
They'd
lean
break
them up
into-
against the warehouse.
I don't want to. I don't want it to look bad for him as bad business, but I would probably have them kind of just not in the street, but kind of like off the side where
We
it's not.
piled off to the side somewhere where, yeah,
Yeah.
no worries. And you do. Eventually, the twin suns rise over Tatooine, and with it, the pitter of a small speeder making its way down this narrow road before eventually the man who hired you steps off of the speeder, smiling and happy to see you and see his building still here. It's like, a job well done. The other half of the credits is promised. And he reaches into his pocket and pulls out a credit chip and hands it over to you.
Ran into some unexpected trouble last night.
Oh, that's
You told me you weren't expecting anybody.
I wasn't expecting anybody, but this is Tatooine. That's why I hired you in the first place.
True. You recognize any of them? And I would bring them to the bodies.
When you say that and kind of nod behind, stepping back a bit to show the bodies on the corner, he's a bit surprised that the bodies are still even here. And he looks them up and down and very nonchalantly is like, no, I don't. But you're welcome to please make me a discipline check while he makes a deception check.
I just rolling straight,
Yeah,
nothing.
you just against nothing, just against whatever he ends up rolling.
That trophy.
Yep.
Is that a success or a?
No, I'm adjusting my dice on my end that I'm gonna roll
Oh,
against
gotcha.
you. Oh, hang on. Well, I mean, I'll re-roll because that's just the roll we go with. Try that again. Okay. He doesn't seem to know any of them.
Okay. Bato. Scott beat me to it. I was gonna say Bato would probably say, I'll try and dispose of him for an extra charge.
How much you asking?
How much you willing?
Make me a negotiation roll if you would like. This will be against a straight up. You had job well done. He's clearly open to talking prices with you. 1 purple.
The negotiation is not my strong suit.
All right. He thinks for a minute. I'm willing to throw in that extra 250 to bring you that 1500 you asked for initially.
Ooh, that's actually pretty sweet.
Yeah, Bato will agree to that.
Okay. So, it was good meeting you. And he clears his throat, steps away from the pile of bodies in clear, open disgust to them, hops back into his speeder, and he said, I'll be back here in an hour with the rest of your credits to make sure the bodies are taken care of.
Bato will just nod.
He zooms off, and I assume you either hurl him off into the desert nearby, or you bring him to a nearby dumpster, or find someone you're willing to pay to incinerate them.
Nah, I would just drop him off in the desert.
Yeah, exactly. Just kind of nonchalantly drop him off. Then when you go back and he returns an hour later and he's got your credits for you. And Scott's trying to metagame over here a little bit. And he hands you the 250 credits when you arrive and sends you on your way.
Just a side question before this has ended up.
Sure.
Did we get? And I don't remember, which is why I'm asking out of game. Did we get an ETA on how long our
repairs were going
would
to take?
to repair? Yeah,
They said it was going to take them a couple days to give you an estimate.
and it's been
It's
2
been 1
days.
day.
It's
You're
been
in
1 day.
the second day now because you immediately stepped out of the starship and was like, "Job now." So you went
Right.
to a cantina and job.
I'll before dispersing, I'll just say you need me to stand watch again. I'll be at the cantina.
I'll keep an eye out for you if I need you. Good work
I'll shake.
with you.
I'll shake his hand.
He actually will shake yours. He's like, not often you find somebody who's willing to keep to their end of the contract on this planet.
Agreed.
He
And
smiles and he's like, if you want, I can give you a ride back. And he offers you a spot on the speeder.
can I trust him?
It's up to you.
Yeah, I'll get the ride back.
Yeah, and he takes you back into Mos Eisley, and will he himself is heading back to the cantina. So if that's where you want to part ways, that's where you part ways, and it's not a far walk back to the starport.
Shipyard.
Yeah, to the shipyard. Overnight, Varen and Crassus. Crassus. I don't know why I say it's Crassa. I want to throw an S at the end of it so bad. So I'll be like Crassus. Crassa and Varen taking this antiques collector back to the ship. He doesn't stay out very long. He stays for about an hour just going over it. But what he says is he can definitely at least get you a nav computer to fit this thing. Though you've already been told that this place is going to get you one. But he's pretty certain he could fix most of the major damage on it, but it would take a while.
What time frame is a while?
Oh. Well, there ain't many people who can fix this thing up like I can around here, or even knowledgeable, even with the help of the friend that you ran into.
Your voice,
Maybe
it's
about.
different.
What was that?
Your voice, it's different. Are you still Keldor?
Yes. Oh, because I turned off my megaphone. There.
He breathed helium.
What? Wow.
Sorry.
Even with the help of Deveronian, probably looking at a month's worth of work.
Month.
I mean, if you need to get anywhere and it's that important to you, you could buy passage on another ship. Leave it with me.
No, we are not in a rush to leave Tatooine. It's not exactly like we are on the run, so we do not mind the length of time that it might take for you to do this job. The question is more how much it'll be and the quality of work, because
As we discussed, a little bit of information or a little trade somewhere along the lines. This place,
He looks up to the as he kind of runs his fingers along the outside of the ship.
this thing certainly has a history to it.
nods. Would you argue that the quality of work that you and this Deveronian would do would be greater or at least equal to the workers of this shipyard?
Workers in the shipyard will get your ship up and running. But they won't be able to fix it like I can. Basics, I bet. But other than that, they're not going to know the finer things inside. I don't know if they're going to be able to get your computers up and running fully beyond just getting a new nav computer set up.
Did you say that you also had a nav computer?
Not one that fits the ship specifically, but one with a, shall we say, relatable programming language.
Perhaps you give a moment or so for my companion and I to have conversation?
Take the night. I'm going home.
Fair enough.
And he, with that, will walk away and head out of the starport for the evening. This is while Bato's doing the job.
I was gonna say, are they still at? Are they still?
This is like rewind time. This is when they went back with the star, with the guy. You're left alone for a little while, but if you want to wait, come sunrise, Bato will be returning as well. It's up to Varen
We can
and
talk
Krasa.
now.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things where I would even just say, when you kind of like look to me as he leaves, like probably asking like, what did you want to talk about? Is your character have his mask off or just you, Wade?
He's
You don't need to RP it. I'm just
Oh, but I want to.
yes, and you can green screen onto my face, whatever it is.
Just
you
the
like.
center of your face, though.
put a dildo on his face.
Put whatever you're like right here.
Man, oh man, I bet you can find a picture. Listen, you put that there, and I bet you we could easily find a picture of Wade with his mouth open, like you put out the other end, and it's like the two of you are going at it from different ends.
I'm sure that is a thing.
I'm sure that's a thing.
Yeah, Varen, you've seen him take his mask off probably before, but he's never really been forthcoming about it. But he takes off his mask. A month on Tatooine. That
Jesus Christ.
sounds the same to me. What do you think? I like his offer more than I like the dock worker's offer already. Plus, we have information he may find valuable rather than the credits we know we don't have.
First of all, this mask that you choose to wear, one, I don't know why you wear it. You look fine, and two, it seems to leave markings on your face. You have discomforts.
The discomforts are minimal. The mask represents... I don't know what it represents anymore, but it represented something.
Perhaps you and I should speak of this representation sometime.
I have a feeling that that time will come soon. You seem to have knowledge of Sith devices and their workings. It seems we both have information the other may find intriguing we haven't yet shared.
Oh, pish posh. Lucky guess. This,
Do you want to make a deception roll?
yeah, gladly roll this. I'm so good at this.
this
and
against
you make
discipline?
do you make a discipline roll? This will go well.
I mean, and this dice pool, you never know.
That's also true.
Boom!
Ooh.
Boom!
Aw.
I'm like, boom! He's like,
I think that Varen would know that you're holding something back at the very least, but at this point he wouldn't push.
so I would say, as for how to go about repairing this ship, I agree with the things that this man said. He probably understands the systems better than anything that these dock workers would be able to do for us. However, they would get us up and flying much, much quicker. And it's not like we're not going to be able to get our hands on the credits. Perhaps we do a mix. We have them get us up and flying. Should we need to leave in a bit of a hurry, we could do so. And we work with him to make sure shit does not fall apart afterwards.
The ship, and other than turning in the droid for the bounty, I'm not sure where else we need to be. The Force has taken me to this ship, and the Force, it has a presence on Tatooine. I had a grasp on something last night when you came up to me at the cantina, and I lost it. There's a reason for all of this, and I can't put it together. I wish I could, but I can't. Perhaps with time here, I can. We should meet with whatever his name was again in the morning, as he said. Unless you and Bato are eager to leave Tatooine, the extended stay may prove fruitful.
It's a few things. I would like ignorant people working on this ship before a competent man does, because he might be able to uncover things before we are. And we would like to have this knowledge for ourselves, yes?
Somebody's going to have to help us get this knowledge. If not a historian, then who? A mechanic? A smuggler?
let's get.
This knowledge is dangerous in anyone's hands but our own, so we should be careful with who we choose. But this man seemed relatively harmless, but I didn't get a strong reading of him.
I can tell you that one of the things I do is I try to come off as harmless. I try to look like an ignorant cat to most people who just think that of my people. But I tend to know more than I think. And, well, let's be serious. I am a Cathar. I can still rip your throat out. I agree with everything that you're saying, and I do think we need to work with him. But getting things up quickly, and then also choosing to stay, rather than being forced to stay because the shit is in pieces. And do we really want to piss off the workers here if we're going to be stuck here for a long time? What if we need them in the future?
Perhaps we get the workers to make the base repairs and we can have him help us with the weapon systems and other non-essentials.
I believe they said the most basic of repairs plus the Navi computer was going to be about 3,000 credits. Maybe a bit more. And then anything above that, we just say, yes, we're just shopping. Yeah, you know?
Very well. We can get Bato's input too. He's currently the only one of us actually making credits for this. We're going to have to find something to trade, something of value. And the droid is off limits.
Oh, of course. I would like to crack that shell. Besides, you had already asked me before to look into droids, and I know little to nothing. So perhaps this is an opportunity for me to spend experience points into mechanics. Yes? I mean, learn droid infrastructure.
Very well, whatever you believe. Again, everything here it's murky for me. Things have been for a while. I don't know why. The force is not clear. It's frustrating.
Perhaps you should stop trying to force the force and, think about other shit. You said it came to you while you were having beer in bar. Perhaps some more Banta milk will do you good. I could go for some Banta milk. I could go for a nice, tall, cold glass of milk, actually. I do like milk. And my throat is very,
You can tell halfway through that sentence he completely tuned you out.
The night goes by quietly, and come morning, after a little bit of time passes, Bato returns as well. 1,500 credits richer. Walking onto the ship, Bato, it's just the two of them.
1,500, 1,700. What are you talking about? I got the 200 off the dead guys.
Oh, yeah, that's right. 200 to 1,700 total.
And a couple of blasters for us to keep in for a rainy day.
Shit blasters.
Do you
That's
share
the thing
that
with this.
us, or do
Anytime you
tell
play
us-
Star Wars, the blasters always just get taken, and you just get a mound of them over time.
Well, it's one of those things where it's honestly worthwhile. Like, jokes aside, if you go into our ship sheet and go into like the place where we hold extra stuff, after we build up a number of them, we could literally have a crate that we could trade to somebody. You know, so
I know.
it's legit. Like you'd be like, yeah, let's sell them to a rebel.
Honestly, how much could I sell those crappy blasters for
Not
on my way
much.
back?
It's not much on the, but save them for the future because they will have greater value at a place where it doesn't have blasters as readily available. You know.
Okay.
So.
Supply and demand.
Right. Like let's open up a water transportation service.
You guys could have been rich. You could have been so rich.
I mean, think of a possibility where we're like having to defend an outpost, but nobody's armed, and it's like, oh, well,
Yep.
you are now.
Yeah.
You can't arm them.
Like,
I gave you guys blasters.
is this one supposed to shoot out of the
No,
the,
like, give-
the handle? Like, what the hell?
It's all busted. But Varen and Krasa Bato walks up into the ship. The three of you are together.
Bato
You
will
actually
just-
see Varen without his mask.
I'm sure I would have seen him a couple of times without his mask between now and then.
Maybe, but usually for a long period of time, it'd be like over a meal, then it would go back on or something. Normally, not just like normally.
Just normal like this.
Normally, not normally. You know. That
Normally,
sense.
not normally. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Bato would come in, kind of, nod to both you guys, walk right up to Varen and hand him a chip of credits for 1,500. Said that stood guard last night at a warehouse, keeping about 200 of what I got off some guys trying to rob it, but that was the main bounty that I got from the guy.
These
How
were
are
your
things
earned
going on
credits.
here?
Giving us 1,500 toward this is more than Krass and I have contributed, so we will accept. Your armor.
What's been
you
going on
took-
here since I've been gone?
We have another potential contractor to work on the ship. Possibly for a better price, but as Krass has pointed out, it may rub the dock workers the wrong way. And they also asked for, instead of a few days, a month.
Can I go back on my my contract knowledge of me doing really well on that contract? Was a day was it
There was
was
no
it time
specific-
sensitive?
It did not seem to be time sensitive.
It did not.
Did not. And you know that even if there's other people out there with that bounty, you have it. What's gonna
Right.
happen?
Sorry,
Did
is that
Pat
what-
roll to get rid of strain? Did you roll a discipline for your strain?
Oh no, he didn't. He should be rolling.
I
Can I roll
rolled
one for
discipline.
We're about to sleep for the night, so we're about to get all our strain back anyways.
Yeah, that doesn't.
Well, this
Not
is
big
the next
deal.
morning because Bado was gone all night, wasn't he?
Oh, that's right.
I was
All
gone all
night
night.
long, all night.
Well,
Right,
did we
I
lose
don't-
all of our strain then, and then Bado has to roll because he hasn't
Yep,
slept?
Otto's still got to roll.
Okay. And this is just against nothing, right? Just flat discipline.
Just flat. So without, does that mean he gets 2 back? Or none?
0. Each
Okay.
success.
It's only successes. Got it. So
Okay.
you maintain the strain you have.
I'm almost positive it's successes.
I'll double check. But continue.
I got it.
Otto will just say, a couple days to a month. I can find work. Bring back credits. That
This
should be
ship
enough to.
needs. The ship needs a lot of work. We're looking at least 4,000 for basic repairs in the Navicomputer. That doesn't even include weapon systems and
I brought you a third. Couple more days, I could probably have enough credits.
I believe you.
same. The ship contains knowledge. The knowledge could be valuable as well, but I'd prefer not just give it up without knowing what we have. Knowing that we already had 3 competing factions for this ship without knowing what the knowledge is, the last thing we need is a planet full of credit-hungry smugglers looking for it.
We do still have the contract back on Mandalore.
Yes, that's for the droid, and I'm not ready to give the droid up just yet.
Have you learned anything about it yet?
That we know nothing about it.
Perhaps staying maybe not a month, but as long as we can is probably not a bad idea. Finding the funds at a patient rate, as well as learning more about the droid. I'm sure there's somebody here in this giant city that can help us.
Keep a low profile. We don't want to stand out here. The less attention we draw, the better. Make money, but don't do anything that would bring more eyes on us than we would like.
Okay.
Cross and I will go meet with the information broker again. I assume you're going to be heading back toward the cantina.
Are you talking about the antiquities collector?
Yeah.
He's gonna be back here.
Always come back here.
Yep.
Okay. He's
Also,
coming
would
back
you
to the
say-
ship. Would you like to stay and chat with him, or would you like to go look for more? You should probably rest. You look tired.
I'll take a short rest. Wake me when he arrives. I have no engagements tonight.
Very well.
Whoop! From behind you. Sorry. That's the wrong button.
Fuck!
Sorry, my mask is calling.
From behind you, as you're like, wake me when he's here. You simply hear behind you
I am here.
as he walks up onto the ship.
Wake up, Krasa. You got a full night's sleep.
I'm
Yeah,
going to be spending a few hours just wandering the insides, making sure everything's good, connecting my data pad, and running some diagnostics, so you can keep to yourselves and nap if you want.
I will. I'm not exactly going to accompany you because I do not
Wait, so he-
exactly want to get in your way, but I'll be around as well. So if you have questions, please feel free to ask. Most importantly, I'm going to be looking for said data pad. Be spending my time inside the what is the storage facility place called again?
Cargo hold.
Thank you, Jesus. Cargo hold. Oh, that word. It's killing
What
me.
you call it? Cargo hold?
Varian, what about you?
Did he show up right as that conversation ended?
Yep.
Okay.
If I know that Crass is going to be over with him, I'd probably go sit in the. Where were we accessing all like the files, the 51
The
files?
bridge.
Yeah, the bridge. Just sit in the commander's seat.
Yeah, I would just go sit there,
Or
and
the-
that
or
way
the
if they
hull
come
area.
in,
Slowly
Yeah.
but surely, he goes around the ship, running diagnostic on the engines, the weapons. A lot of the time, you hear him sighing, or just mumbling to himself how poor and disarray the ship is. But he's also kind of impressed that it still runs. But eventually, he gets to the bridge, and the first thing that catches his eye is the droid, and he very quickly points it out. Oh
That's
no!
in the
Shit!
cargo
It's in
hold.
the storage container.
the
He
star-
needs to go to the cargo hold. What do you do?
No, I said I will be searching through the cargo hold.
But his response then that would be that he's gonna need to get in there to run diagnostics on that room.
I say, I'm aware that that is probably of importance for a full ship diagnostics, but this is perhaps a little embarrassing, but I'm in the middle of grooming myself, so perhaps give me a bit of time and then I'll.
Oh man, you didn't need to go that far. Now I need a deception check out of you because before I was like, yeah, that's plausible.
I didn't want him to think,
Oh god. He stops you.
That's plenty of information, thank you. If you don't want me looking it over and get neglected when I'm running this thing, that's your choice, not mine.
And he kind of leaves and drops it.
I'm just gonna take the droid and stuff it inside whatever container might happen to be inside there. I'll take my time. I'm not in a big rush because that's big enough to empty out shit that might be inside there. But I am searching for a data pad anyways, or any other techie stuff, and then I'll eventually let him in. So however long you think that takes.
Okay. I mean, eventually. Yeah, go ahead, Batu.
I was gonna say I would like to be resting not alongside, but in the cockpit with Varen. I'd probably just be kind of like resting, sitting in one of the passenger seats.
Feet up on the dash.
Yep.
And Varen just watching from the corner creepily as he goes through the ship. Doesn't take too long. For you, Krasa, I mean, like 30 minutes, an hour to get it, stored away in a crate and have the crate put somewhere relatively quiet. And you eventually let him in. He'll also run a diagnostic on that room and eventually giving himself all the information he needs before he does confirm that he could fix most of it. It would take a lot of time. And if he wanted to get the right parts, he'd have to call in people to deliver the right parts. So his initial estimate sticks, if not a little more.
Well, perhaps I thought maybe Varen went over this with you, but he may have forgotten. We are going to be going along with the previously determined shipyard for the basic repairs, Navi computer and other things, refuel, fix leak, etc., etc. And then we'll either stay here or relocate to a better location for you to continue the work.
He thinks it over for a bit. Do you plan to bring him the ship then afterward and like leave it in the starport? Or are you saying bringing it to like the outskirts of town from the Tinkerer?
Wherever's easier for him.
Gotcha. He thinks for a bit.
When you're done, then come find me. Don't waste my time, otherwise I gotta make money.
I would suggest that you get started on ordering the parts that you think are most important, because we are coming your way, and it would stop both of our times from being wasted.
He simply gives you an acknowledging nod. And he says he's eager to get his hands on it when you're eventually done.
I wink at him when he says that.
Gross.
No.
That's the tip.
I hate that there's not like a sense motive or anything in this.
There is. Deception.
It's called discipline.
It's your best skill.
That is sense motive, is discipline.
Oh, so when he says he can't wait to get his hands on it, I guess can I sense if he means anything more than just
Yeah,
getting
you're
to work
welcome to
on
roll a
it?
discipline check.
Against?
Nothing.
Great.
Much as though with everything else he speaks, it seems as though he means it in a more of a pursuit of knowledge type way, eager to learn and see what secrets it may or may not hold. But if you're just going to wait for this starport to fix things up, it's going to take them. Eventually, the Gamorrean with the hollow lens in front of his eye and his more than proper posture and his filed down tusks lets you know that it's going to cost him about what he believes 3,352 credits, and it'll be done in about a week's time.
3,352.
Yep. They want 1,000 down payment up front.
That?
They want 1,000 up front.
3,352. Give them 3,000. Give them 1,352.
Well, yeah. Can we negotiate that? I guess.
Whoever wants to do the negotiation is welcome.
If they say it to me, I just say deal.
Okay. I mean, they talked to you the first. That's who they would have gone to if you were around. So.
Yep. So if they say it to me, I say deal. We'll round it so that the remaining balance is only 2,000, and we will move on from there.
Deal. And you give them the credits to make it an even.
Glad that worked out like that.
I'm so good at this.
And he shouts back for his friend Eisvonk, and then this little crazy guy with the Coke bottle glasses runs out, and he's like, "Get to work!" And he starts huddling over and grabs a box of tools and starts getting to work on the inside. He works his way up, and he's like, he's gonna start working on the navigation computer first. A week here on this planet.
Well, I think we were gonna.
Well,
before we fast forward, we got to earn the credits to pay this guy, don't we?
No, yeah, you've got to earn the credits to pay this guy. But the next thing that some time is going to pass where you're looking for jobs, we're kind of at a point where either we're going to go late or we need to cut now, because the next part isn't just some simple thing.
I don't
think.
I don't mind if we because I imagine not everybody necessarily wants to go late or whatever. I don't mind if we even just have a couple moments for us to RP with each other first.
Yeah, please. Oh, please do.
Yeah,
please do.
you know.
You can take that because you have days, but the next big beat is. I need some time for that.
No, yeah, you're fine. That's cool. So, I mean, it's one of those things where as the days go by, my character would literally, and I don't know if you want me to roll checks or you're saying no, that's what you're waiting for.
Roll to see if we go late.
I have to be up early for an appointment.
No,
tomorrow,
you're
so.
Actually,
you're
I do
fine.
too.
You're
Now you
fine.
mentioned that, I do too.
Yeah. I actually, my wife doesn't know, but I text her boss, and she's going into work late on Friday, and I totally got to babysit her tomorrow night, so I got to spend tomorrow making sure like everything's perfect when she comes home from work. It's gonna be awesome. So I'm doing the whole good husband. No, not that. Wait, that's every day, man. That's married life. It's every day. It's the dream.
Can
The
we
American
please
dream.
finish this fucking game? Because we are tangenting in such the wrong direction.
No, it's I
Hi,
actually
YouTube.
I won't lie. God, I want to watch the rest of Witcher. I'm still waiting.
God takes a maneuver to use true aim.
I want to Netflix and so yeah, this is an old joke. So you
That's why Scott's saying it now.
I don't know if you want me to roll a check for that now, for looking for information. So that's kind of like what I wanted to do beyond have chat, and then I kind of like I don't know what they're doing while time's passing.
Well, why don't we just do the chat for right now? Because
Okay,
we're
sure.
already really close to one. So
Sure. So then, Wade, one of the times, like I would say this is several days later, because I wouldn't have this conversation like the next day, right? Several days later, after we've kind of like had some time looking through things, whatever, I would actually probably one of those times like as you're in the room, like I go to touch something, I'm like, you fucking kidding me? This thing is, these computers are so old and beat the shit. Like kind of like one of those like stand up and kick the machine sort of a thing, because I'm just like pissed at it because it's so old. This is like that's kind of like the emote that you would see, and look over at you like, do you believe how old this thing is?
He'll take a look. Again, not wearing his mask, which is unusual. He's not been wearing it, but
Can't breathe. Too humid. I mean, dry.
he feels. He'll regard the old thing. I'm not sure the history of this vessel or the droid or anything else. This planet, the ship, the forces brought me here, and yet
No,
stifles me. I can't.
Yes. You've said this.
I
Listen.
can't feel.
Listen.
I can see Krasa immediately regretting bringing it. It's like, no, not the Force again. Fuck.
Not the magic.
It's like, listen. I do not know all the details about the ship either. There are files. I came across 56 files that are locked away in this vessel, but I cannot get into them because the interface is so fucking old, and half the time I try to push through and the wires cannot maintain the amount of energy. It's fucking frustrating. I'm trying to find the origin, but you do know the implications of a ship like this. This was Sith vessel.
Oh, I'm aware. A Sith vessel, a Sith container. The imprints of the Force are all over. He'll start to wander off again, and then like he'll feel like
God
your
damn
eyes
it.
rolling. Look, I know that you look at things in a different way than I do, but my eyes are only partially open right now, and it's frustrating to me. Is there another way?
Ask what Nia is, Scott. I'm sorry.
Huh?
Good.
I'm sorry. What's that, Wade?
As the ship is being worked on and fixed up here, will it possibly make it easier to access these files?
I think once we have proper interface or the entire system is updated. But the most important thing, the reason why I'm always creeping around and playing with things and watching over what this old man was kind of looking at, and these repairmen are fiddling with, is that I'm afraid that they might accidentally reboot the system and make it lose its old memory. I do not want to lose the old files. There could be very important information, especially with what year this ship seems to have its significance, its printing of. I mean, I won't lie, I'm kind of really looking forward to finding out the name of the fucking vessel. Then at least we can look it up in on the HoloNet.
Well, why not keep trying to access the files? What's stopping you?
I'm sorry, I thought I went over it already. What is stopping is the quality of technologies, the way that they do not interact with one another, and
Can the old man help us access the files?
well, that is the other problem I was trying to be vague about the other day when he was here. I want him to be able to help us, but I don't want him accessing things that we have not done ourselves.
I agree with that. I'm not sure how we get one without the other.
Well, perhaps a less frustrating machine, you stupid piece of... And I kick the thing again.
When you kick it one more time, the screen that it's attached to actually flickers to life for a moment, and you actually see a lot of red screen, a lot of scrolling text that just doesn't really make any sense, a lot of errors. But eventually it gets frozen just for a minute, and it does actually say one word able to see through the cracked screen is Revenant.
Oh, look this, Revenant. Actually, funny enough, if you look at the type of font on this data file, this
Comic Sans. I'm aware.
Thank you, everybody, for joining us for Star Wars tonight.
Yeah,
that's how we end.
That's the ship. It just says Revenant in lowercase Comic Sans on the
Comic
side.
Sans. Yeah.
That was really hard to say with a straight face, for the record.
Oh, God. And on that, thank you all for watching tonight. We have to go do an after show. There's no better place to end it. I'm sorry. We'll end it there.
Just see Comic Sans in just all caps with a
I've
really
been doing
angry
YouTube and
face.
Twitch for 7 years. I don't think I've ever had a harder time keeping a straight face through a joke than saying the words Comic Sans.
If you guys enjoyed it and you are new, feel free to hit that follow button. We are almost at 10,000 followers. We're at 8,200 and so. Getting close. Hit that follow button. Follow.
Follow.
You must follow. You must follow.
Follow!
And if you want to support us, you can do so directly in a number of ways. You can subscribe to the channel, which gets you emotes as well as access to the VOD instantaneously. If you missed the show, aren't able to sub, don't worry. It'll be over at YouTube for free 24 to 48 hours after this goes down. And you can directly support us over at our Patreon. A bunch of behind the scenes things, including the after show, which we're going to go record right now. But before we go do that, Wade, thanks for joining us. What you got going on this week? Where can people find you?
Hopefully streaming. Well, it's hard to say. Tomorrow I've got a very early day. I'm going to go teach the youth of America all about responsibility, YouTube videos, and poop jokes.
That's a weird mix of knowledge to give
It
them.
sure is, but that is the internet.
That is the
Other than that, I stream on Twitch, Minion777. I make videos. Usually try to post at least one video a day on YouTube, Lord Minion777. I have no idea what this weekend holds. NFL playoff games, so I might stream. I might be otherwise occupied.
Not anymore for me. I'm not even watching no more.
Monster.
Monster Hunter.
Did you
Speaking
really
of,
put-
Pat, what are you doing this week? Skip Wade now. Wade,
Wait,
you're
where are
done.
the Patriots at? Hold on.
Man,
Are you
we're
guys?
at the
Are you
Patriots.
guys not watching?
On to next season.
Yeah, we're gonna watch the good season next season.
Yeah,
You
I
really
can
put
hear on to
Revenant
Cincinnati.
as
It's nice not
Comic
to hear
Sans.
anything for once.
A lot of respect. I like the ship. Not in all it's not in all caps though. It needs to be all caps.
Oh, I thought it was all lowercase. Mike said.
Yeah, all lowercase Comic Sans.
Comic Sans. Okay, perfect.
Pat, what do you got? What do you got going this week? Iceborne, obviously.
Iceborne. I started playing The Witcher over on Twitch.
Nice.
I started playing it last year, and I said I was going to try to finish it this year, so I'm back at it again. Other than that, I'm going to be playing some more Temtem, which is a lot of fun. I try to get, like Wade said, a video out every day on YouTube and stuff, but I'm hoping Wade and I can play more 7 Days to Die, and then playing more SWOTR with Scott, because that'd be fun.
Yeah, I had a lot of fun doing that. SWOTR is a fun game.
Well, Scott, what have you been up to other than playing SWOTR, apparently? You're on a Star Wars kick. We're all on Star Wars kicks.
Well, I mean, Star Wars is awesome, isn't it? So
Parts of it.
just my campaigns that I'm doing over on my channel. So the 2 Aurorum campaigns I do on Wednesday and Friday, doing some SWOTR and other stuff like that. Just keeping fun and fixing the font right there, so it's a little less painful for everybody to look at. And that's over on twitch.tv/Daleric. I hang out with Maggie on Monday nights too. So if you miss Maggie, and you love watching Maggie and my characters get shipped by the community, you can hang out on Monday nights because I'm awesome and she's awesome, and we hang out with a couple of knuckleheads. So
You know what else is awesome, Scott?
everything.
This
Comic
show.
Sans.
Comic Sans. Thanks for watching, everybody. We're going to go record an after show for this week, which you can go listen to at the $2 tier and above over on the Patreon if you want to listen in. We're going to go talk about what we thought of the episode, where our characters are at, et cetera, et cetera. Also goes a long way to support this channel so we can pay our players at some point in our lives, which would be wonderful. Anyway.
Give Wade a lightsaber. Do it.
No. I have to approve of the items. I have to.
Mike was like, yes, do it. Give him a lightsaber.
That's just not how it's gonna work. Scott, take us
Give
out of
Wade
here.
a lightsaber. Do it. Wait, what if somebody donates like $100 and Wade have a lightsaber?
Could he at least have the crystal?
I'm not the one pushing for this, so you could actually do it.
Could he have a purple crystal?
For $100? Sure.
No, and a lightsaber. It just doesn't work.
At this
I'm
point,
glad we're
at this
making
point
this
in
like
time,
an unreachable like a really difficult boundary to reach to make it less likely I'll actually get one
Well,
naturally.
you do it like this. We go. If we can get up to $1,000, which ensures you're all going to get paid at least a chunk of change every month, etc. We'll give away a lightsaber nice and early.
Ooh, did he incentivize?
Do it.
Should we make that a tier on Patreon? Not a tier, sorry, a goal. All right.
No, it's a Wade tier.
It's a Wade tier.
No, wait, the lightsaber goal. All right, bye.
The lightsaber go. Goodbye, everybody. We're going to record an after show. Goodbye.
Hot pink lightsaber for Wade. Everybody hang around for just a moment. We'll find somebody to raid, and then we will bounce out of here. So just hold on for 1 second so we can find a cool nerd to hang out with us.
Have to put you over.